Hello, everyone. Why am I nervous? Why am I nervous? I don't know why, but like I promise I was like chilling like a villain. Hi, hello. Look at that clean. My desk is always clean. My desk is always clean, very clean. Also, peep the fit. Yes, we have long ruffles. I painted my nails for this. My nails were plain, but I painted them for this particular venture and stuff. Oh, so why am I talking like that? I think I'm starting. Yeah, desk so clean. It's like, me lord, it looks clean as fuck. My desk is always clean. That is the one thing. We don't play around here. Okay. Also, yeah, there was not like a single like stain. Holy hand scared me. Sorry, I scared you. Sorry, I scared you with my hands. Yes. I'm very excited. Also, I might have made a few mistakes. I did not create my character beforehand, so we're gonna do that together, guys. We're gonna make something. Well, actually, I actually picked out a name. Let me know if I'm cooking, because you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, the name is gonna be Sylvain A. Dupont, right? And then the initials stands for sad. Holy cook, holy cook. I'm in the kitchen. And I'm cooking. Yeah, it'll be my W piss. Thank you. It is W piss. Also, thank you guys for paying your daily admission fees. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thumbs up. Yeah, now you get a now you get an actual sad thumbs up. Also, in case you're like the camera lighting is it's a little shit. I'm in darkness, okay? I tried to put on like another light in the corner to like try to help, but like nothing helped, because when I put on the overhead light, it slammed straight into my thing. Also, hi Elle. Hi, thank you so much for follow. Welcome to your orbit. Welcome. Yeah, so I did want to light candles, but the problem is these sleeves are like really long, and I was afraid I was gonna start a fire at my desk. I was gonna have like a candle like maybe here, or like maybe right here, and stuff. But it's so nice. Okay, thank you. I did also put like a filter, so only the reds stand out. Look. Yeah, only the reds show up. Any other colors don't, and stuff. So yeah, don't set yourself on fire. I won't. Yes, but we have the ink for. I forgot to get a second pen. Hold on. Yeah, I have my glass pen that we're gonna use for our immersion. I'm going to. By the way, this is my first time whipping this one out, so I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know this is gonna be probably really funny, because I haven't written in cursive in like 10 years. Okay, it's been 10 years since I've dusted off the. Wait, this is so awesome. I was like, I told you guys we're gonna get very immersed, because my character will be like Victorian era. What is it? French vampire. We're gonna be a French vampire. Yes, I'm going to be French. I know French, and then I'm going to suck your blood. I know, very unfortunate. That was not on purpose. But hold on, let me get Wait, let me get a regular pen. Let me get a regular pen. That was a rookie mistake. Yeah, I need a backup pen just in case. Just in case we run out of. This is blue. Do I have a black friction pen? Let's see. No, this is also blue. No, these are both blue. Wait, if you're blue and I'm blue, but we're both girls. We can't do that. Where's the black? Or is this supposed to be black? Actually, this might be black, and I just can't see colors in the dark. Okay. Hold on. Your mom lets you have two Wii consoles? Yeah, okay. Remember when I said this was going to be a very serious stream? I was going to actually start off stream like in character, but then I I lost the sauce already. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. Yeah, we're going to play 1,000-Year Old Vampire. I have the physical book right here. Shout out to researchers. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have the book. Also, hello everyone. Sorry. My manners have been a bit off today. Yeah, don't worry, we'll find the sauce. Also, this book smells really good. I know that's like so. I know that's like really crazy to say, but it smells really, really good. Also, wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, there we go. I made sure to have like everything toggleable off. Oh yeah, and since it has all the reds pop out, you can see under the camera. You can see only the red pops out on the page, which is really nice. Okay, so I'll be reading it to you. I won't have it like all up in the camera the entire time, so I'll tilt it towards me so that I can read it to you. Also, hi everyone. Hi. Thank you all for paying your daily admission fees. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I forgot to put the... Okay, hold on. Well, no, I did have that set up and then I messed it up. So I initially had like a... What is it? Everything had a filter on it, but now I took it off of everything. So let me make sure to put that back on. Just so that it's all... Hold on. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Yes, but I want you to know I've been prepping for this like all week, so I'm sorry if it seems a little scuffed now, but I promise I had my life together earlier and stuff. Okay, there we go. Now we have it fixed. I'd messed it up prior. Okay. 1,000-Year-Old Vampire is a lonely solo role-playing game in which you chronicle the unlife of a vampire over the many centuries of their existence, beginning with the loss of mortality and ending with their inevitable destruction. This vampire will surprise you as they do things that are unexpected, unpleasant, and sometimes tragic, making gut-churning decisions, performing oh my gosh! I can read irreconcilable. Oh my gosh, I was having such a time. There's too many R's here. And resolving difficult narrative threads are what this game is all about. As you explore the vampire's human failings, villainous acts, and surprising victories. I'm gonna be a really nice vampire, guys. Well, actually, we won't know that. I have like a basis. 1,000 years old, by the way. I'm not 1,000 years old yet. I'm young. I'm young and spry, guys. Yeah, as it goes on, I mean, I'll have a base for my character, and depending on how the situations roll out. The only problem is, what is it? I have to stay true to myself no matter the situation. So we're gonna have to pick our like moral compass and how we're gonna react to things, because I will say sometimes I'll create a character, but as they evolve, they kind of lose like the initial sauce that I had. So I kind of want to actually like stick to that this whole way through. Like if I'm gonna be nice, I have to be nice even in situations where I don't want to be, or like, you know, that kind of thing. Or I could be cunning, or all that stuff. We'll see. Yeah. Game mechanics are simple and intuitive. Play progresses semi-randomly through the prompt section of this book. Answer prompts to learn about your vampire's wants and needs, to learn what challenges they face, and to chart their decline into sentience. Build up a character record of memories, then lose them to the crush of time. See everyone you've loved and hated grow and die, then turn to dust. Oh, holy sick. Holy cook. Okay. So here's what, oh yes, also the warnings. It has the warnings, and I'll read them to you guys. Oh, I should probably pin this. I completely forgot that I probably needed to pin the warnings in case anybody does not want to engage in anything that might happen. I can't say which themes we will get into because it's all random. Whatever I roll is what will end up happening. So, preemptively, in case anybody's like, oh, I do have a bit of icks. So when you play this game, you shall encounter themes of death, selfishness, and predation. Your character may be injured, victimized, trapped, or killed. Your character will murder and victimize people of all sorts, possibly including children, animals, loved ones, marginalized people, or themselves. You might find yourselves exploring themes of imperialism, colonialism, or oppression. Characters might engage in self-harm or drug abuse. Illness, debilitation, and body horror may come into play. Your character may have their memories altered. They will certainly forget important things. Okay, so those are the warnings. So, just in case you do not want to engage with any of the themes, please feel free to leave. Yay, Vampy Vamp. I'm a little vampire, guys. Also, why did I say it like, oh my gosh, if I do the Deku voice at any serious point in time, you guys can just be like, cut the stream, just turn it off. Okay. Okay, so things that we need. I think I have everything. Yeah, let's see. 10-sided die and a 6-sided die. Yes, we do have those. Yeah. Count Decula? Oh my gosh. Stop it! Don't make me laugh today. We're not laughing. No laughing. Yeah, that's the warning you need to look out for. Deku. The Deku laugh. Yes, but we have a die here. Okay, the problem is I don't have a true 10-sided die, so for that the 0 will count as a 10. in that case. Okay, that's how I'm planning to do it. So, yeah, that'll be the oh yeah, also you'll need, it says you'll need paper, but it says it's better to do it digitally, but I didn't want to. So, we have this. Also, mind you, this notebook, I've had this for like ever, and it's finally actually getting some use. Yeah, it was completely handmade. By the way, you can see like it was like carved. It's very aged. Yeah, we do this the old-fashioned way. I'm just glad I finally get to use it. Like, oh my gosh, look at it. Yeah, I bought this from what is it? I bought this like over 15 years ago. Yeah, this notebook itself, it's definitely over a decade old and stuff. I bought it from like a little witchy shop back in the day because I was like very curious. I was like, ooh, what are you selling here? Oh yeah, and then we have a little doily because I wanted it to be like in you know, I just wanted everything to like kind of have like a theme that's going on here. Yeah. Also the pen in particular, I also picked it because since only the reds and, you know, like those colors are saturated, I was like, oh, this will stick out like whenever we're dipping it in ink and all that stuff. But yeah. Okay, so we do have the journal. What is it? There. Oh, if you don't have dice. Okay, no, we do. And then record your story. It says pencil is good, but I also have a backup pen. And this one has a little eraser and stuff. I just wanted to do it all in pen, so yeah. At least, well, actually, I haven't seen if it erases on this kind of. Okay, let's see. Let's just do a test on the first page where I wasn't gonna write anything. Okay, that's our little test, and then. Oh, yeah, it works. It works even on this kind of paper. Yeah, holy shit. I didn't think it would, but yeah, eraser still works. Sick. Okay, now that we have that, in the appendix you will also find multiplayer rules, safety tools, which let you push yourself as hard as possible, alternate prompts, examples of play, and some context for the creation of the game itself. Okay, you're a vampire. Okay, so I think we'll have to do... Okay, whose chronicles you will record in this game are represented by 5 different traits. Memories, skills, resources, characters, and marks. Almost every time you receive a prompt, one of your traits will be modified. For instance, you may be instructed to check a skill. To do so, you place a check mark next to that skill. Alternatively, the prompt may cause you to lose a trait, which is indicated by striking it out with a line. To ensure that lost trait stays readable, because you may refer back to it later or even restore it, some prompts will give even more dramatic instructions for changing your traits. At all times, follow the instructions given in the prompt. Okay. Oh, also, yeah, let me write this down because we're supposed to be recording a vampire. Okay, so it's a little hard to like maneuver. Everything's really close. Okay, let's move that. Let's move that over here. And I keep knocking everything. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do the Your Vampire page. So let's go here. And oh boy, let's do it. Oh, that's a bit too much. Oh, that's a bit too much. Okay. Yeah, that's... Oh my gosh, that's way too much ink. Okay, let's dabble that. Oh god. And I knew it. I knew it too. There we go. Now I got the desired thickness, but now it's completely... This is frying me so bad. Okay. So we have the memories. Okay, I forgot the E. That's crazy. I forgot the E in memories. Okay. And then we have our... Okay, that's too much ink again. Okay. I'm gonna be real, I haven't written with, like, something this thin in a while. It's been a while, okay? Don't laugh. our skills. And then we have our... Oh, I'm probably going to need more space for this, because I saw somebody else that had like a long list. Okay, resources. Spelled that one right. But it looks terrible. Fuck, this... Getting the right amount, I'm going to have to dip like a teeny bit and then dabble it. Okay. Characters. Okay, now that's a little too little. Where's the happy medium in this? There's none. There's none. It's too much ink for my lobster's too buttery, my steak too juicy. Okay, and then marks. I actually don't know what marks will be. So, we'll see. You'll write like a true Victorian gentleman by the end of this. Yeah, if I can figure out exactly how much ink to put that doesn't have me like drawing completely dry without it blotting too much. It also, okay, the next issue might be just the paper, because it is very bumpy and stuff too. So yeah, but we tried. We gave it the good old college try. Okay, there goes our things that we need to keep track of. Also, I need to write my character's backstory, and you guys are also going to have to deal with us doing it together. Let's look at the next page. Hold on. Let me also flatten this. There we go. So for the next page, memories and experiences are important moments that have shaped your vampire crystallize in writing. They make up the core of the vampire's self, the things they know and care about. An experience is a particular event. A memory is an arc of experiences that are tied together by subject or theme. Experiences cover a particular event, but the amount of time represented by that event might vary dramatically. An experience might describe a few seconds of impactful events, or it might cover 200 years of lurking in an old castle. Almost every prompt will create an experience, and experiences eventually combine with one another to become memories. But there is only so much your vampire can remember. To reflect this limitation, there is an only and finite amount of space for memories on your record sheet. Old memories will be lost over the course of the game, making room for new ones. You'll need to make difficult choices about which memories to preserve and which ones to forget. Oh, fuck. These hard decisions are a core part of the game. In game terms, an experience is a single sentence that describes the resolution of a prompt. Memories are a collection of related experiences built up over time. Your vampire begins the game with a space for 5 memories, each of which can contain up to 3 experiences. Okay, 5 memories and 3 experiences. Okay. Although a prompt might ask several questions, an experience does not need to address all of them. An experience should be a single evocative sentence. Okay. Hold on. Let me grab... This is a sticky note. This is a sticky note moment. Okay. Let me grab my my notes for annotating, just so we can remember this. Hold on. So, an experience is 1 sentence. Hold on. I finally get to whip out my fancy... Hold on. Oh, I have a little... Oh. Okay, there's a lot. Okay, how many notes did I write on this? Okay, well, I was like, yeah, I can't wait to whip out my fancy sticky notes, and then I had already written like 80 million things on it. Okay. Oh wait, you can't see. But it has faint lines. It has faint lines on here. Yeah, but this sounds like a note taker's dream. It's awesome. It's awesome. Okay, we have our notes for remembering. Unless we want to all use the regular pen. Okay. So, okay, experience is 1 sentence. Experience, 1 sentence. Okay. And then memories. Okay. 5 memories. And each memory has 3 experiences. Important. Don't let me go over this this number. Okay. An experience is the distillation of an event, a single sentence that combines what happened and why it matters to your vampire. Okay, yeah. A good format for an experience is description of event, how I feel, or what I did about it. If necessary, you can add an M dash in the middle at the end to include more information. Okay, that's what I was like. Okay, sentences can be however long you want them to be, as long as it follows, grammar rules. You can add a bunch of M dashes and semicolons and comma and comma but as much as you want. You can make a whole paragraph with one sentence as long as it's grammatically correct. So if I finagle the one sentence prompt a little bit, don't say anything, okay? I might add 20 M dashes. Okay, let us continue. Oh, sorry, I keep knocking my mic because everything's so close together. Okay. Be conscious of any traits affected by the prompt, such as characters or resources. Try to incorporate them. Write in the first person from the vampire's point of view. One vampire might have the following experience. Stalking the deserts over lonely years, I watched generations of Christian knights waste themselves on the swords of the Saracen. It's a certainty that Charles is among them. I dream of his touch and sleep beneath the burning sand. Holy cook. Okay, I can't say that. I can't say that while when I roleplay, okay? You have to remind me when I'm roleplaying that I can't be like, whoa, his writing is this fire? But oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. Hello, Count Sad. Hello, Count Tobu. Memories are made up of experiences. A memory is a section of the record sheet that contains up to 3 experiences. Memories are not necessarily linear or chronological. If a new experience clearly belongs within an existing memory, then you can add it to that memory. If not, record the experience in a new memory, which may require forgetting another one. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about losing memories and being like, I'm gonna lose all of these. Indubitably. Quite indeed, yes. Quite indeed, I will say that is... positively banging, as the kids say nowadays. A memory is a container for experiences that are related in some way. An experience must be placed within a memory as soon as it is created. Our early example might be expanded with a second experience like this. Stalking the deserts over lonely years, I watched generations of Christian knights waste themselves on the swords of the Saracen. It is a certainty that Charles is among them. I dream of his touch as I sleep beneath the burning sand. I sift through the bones of the dead, abandoned in the waste. I do not find Charles, but I do uncover weaponry and treasures that I use to pay his debts in Haifa. Are there supposed to be? Yes, there's supposed to be. Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that they were not on this whole time. There we go. Okay. Each memory should be defined by a theme, trait, or other subject that links its component experience in an intelligible way. Whether a new experience doesn't fit into an existing memory, place it in a new memory, assuming one is available. Your vampire is only allowed 5. Older memories are lost when new experiences occur and you have no place to put them. Oh, okay. So you lose a memory. Okay, hold on. Yeah, older memories are lost when new experiences occur and you have no... Okay. Oh, fuck. So I guess it's in order of creation and stuff, so you would lose the last one in the list, and then you would put the new one on top. I'm guessing that's how it is. And start anew. If you have filled all 5 memories and need to start a new one, strike out an existing memory. Oh, no, you have to pick. Yes, they did say that. You have to pick one to lose. And all of the experiences it contains. Forgetting things is a fundamental aspect of this game, so embrace it. The decision at which memories are lost belongs to you as a player. It is not a decision that the vampire is consciously making. Unless you are instructed otherwise, you may strike out any memory you'd like to make room for a new experience. There's only one way to preserve memories when you run out of space. Instead of losing an existing memory, you can move it into a diary. Oh. Okay. So you can put it elsewhere, but I would want to lose some of them, you know. We got to add a little bit of flavor. I don't want to record everything that's ever happened. Okay, so we have example experiences. So these are all just one sentence examples. Wait, I want to read this one. I can no longer easily tell humans apart, so my feeding taboos fall away with the years. All blood is wellness for my dried husk. Is wet? Oh, blood is wetness for my dried husk. Holy cook! Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's. I can't keep saying that. Okay, a diary. Okay, here's how we separate the diary from normal experiences and memories. A diary can hold up to 4 of your vampires. Okay, I was like, what's the catch? If you could record literally anything, wouldn't you just put it all in the diary? But it can only hold 4. Okay. Can hold up to 4 of your vampire's memories. I should write this down, actually. Diary can only... Okay, you guys are seeing how slow I can write. Can only hold 4 memories. We also have to remember that. Okay. Diaries are physical objects that are added to your resource list. You may freely create a diary whenever you need to move a memory into it. Like any other resource, a diary can be lost. When this happens, strike out the memories it held. Your vampire can have 1 diary at a time, and it must contain at least 1 memory. Yeah, I guess we aren't the great diary writing vampire. What the fuck? What the fuck? My vampire is very good at taking notes. A memory placed in the diary is no longer held in the vampire's head. It only exists in the diary, and the vampire accepts whatever is written as truth. Whoa. So I could just write something and be fucking lying to myself, and then I just made some bullshit, and then I would have to come back and read it and be like, fuck, I guess you're right. Like, okay, that's objectively funny if I troll myself later. Okay, you would lie to yourself? Yeah, I would. I mean, yeah, if it's something that you can only take as truth, and it was something that was written like thousands of years ago, then yeah, you could theoretically, as society changes, you would theoretically troll yourself, yes. Okay. Once a memory has been transferred to a diary, you may not add any further experiences to it. Okay, so, yeah, once it's filled out, it is what it is. You can't do anything else to it. To move a memory to your diary, simply indicate that the memory is now written in the diary. For example, you may write diary next to the memory or connect it to the diary icon on the character sheet with a drawn arrow. Okay, when you create a diary, give it a short description and add it to the resource list. It might say something like, diary, a sturdy leather-bound book. Diary, a collection of pictogram-adorned pots. Gold filigree signs bordering a frightening ritual mask. A password-protected forum on an archaic website. Oh yeah, as time goes on, we'll definitely be on the internet forums, spreading misinformation. Skills describe the capabilities and characteristics of your vampire. They indicate what your vampire can do and what they might do. Swordplay, relaxing banter, operating heavy machinery. I do not blink the sand away. I teach. All are acceptable skills. When instructed to record a new skill, you should relate it to the content of that prompt. What will it feel like for a vampire to use a skill tied to a memory that's been long lost? Some prompts will instruct you to check a skill. To do so, place a check mark next to that skill on your record sheet. Mechanically, this indicates that the skill has been used. Narratively, a checked skill gives you something to flavor your answers to later prompts. If unchecked skills are what your vampire is capable of, checked skills are what they have done. They are part of your vampire's being. They are who the vampire is. Of course, it is entirely possible that your vampire might have skills that you do not want to check. Instead of fighting this, revel in the plight of your humane vampire when they go to help a friend out of a bureaucratic jam and they find that the only skill they can check is rage and kill. Oh, okay, I see. You may only check a skill once. If you are instructed to lose a skill, strike it out. It is gone and no longer influences the way your vampire moves through the world. Okay. So you can only check a skill once. Okay, resources. Let's see what other. The way this writing is so fire, it instantly procs your brainworms. Procs your brainworms is an interesting way to say it. Okay, resources or assets, structure or structures that are useful to your vampire or items that they value. Okay, so we have a diamond tiara, the castle, a business empire, a lucky penny, a screened in. Okay, so we have a bunch of items. So it could be like anything. So it could be like, oh, I found this key and I want to keep it. Or, oh, this da-da-da. In the prompts, there will occasionally be references made to stationary resources. These are possessions that cannot be physically hauled away with the vampire when they leave the area. Examples might be a haunted cave, an elephant-sized statue, a hidden house, or a title to a land. Okay. So we have stationary resources, and then other ones can just be regular assets. When a prompt instructs you to create resources, make sure to create resources that are contextually appropriate, even if that leads to resources that aren't necessarily the most exciting or useful. Okay. When a prompt causes your vampire to lose a resource, strike it out. Leave the entry legible, because lost things might come back in time. Let your available resources flavor how you write your experiences. Curry your horse, ply your whip, command your submarine. Let resources figure prominently when you are made to strike them out. Don't just lose your mansion, but burn it to the ground. Okay. Or at least describe a fierce legal battle over the deed. Don't limit your vampire stuff to the resources listed on the record sheet when answering prompts. Of course, your rich Flemish vampire will have a fencing foil if one is needed. It's just not a resource which can be spent to satisfy the mechanical needs of the game. If tools or homes or tomes are needed for narrative color, you may create them as needed. Just don't write them down. Okay. So, but I do want to, okay, so but you can have boring items too. It says, like, not everything has to be, like, written down, but, like, some things I would say, like, ooh, maybe, like, this silver key given to me by, like, you know, one of my housemates or something is something I, like, cherish, so I put that in my resources. Okay. Characters are people with whom your vampire has a relationship. Each character should be named and described in a sentence fragment. Okay, add more descriptions each time you interact with them in the course of resolving a prompt. Lawrence, from our previous example, might become Lawrence Hallmuller, descendant of Baron Hallmuller. I freed him from a Turkish prison. If it makes sense to include a character when resolving a prompt, do so even if the prompt doesn't tell you to include a character. In addition, create a new character if a prompt instructs you to include one but none are available. A character can be mortal or immortal. You'll be told which type when you're instructed to create a new character. Mortals are regular human beings or other creatures that die with the passage of time. Immortals, on the other hand, are supernatural beings for whom time has little meaning. There might be other vampires, angels, or demons, ghosts, scientific experiments gone wrong, forgotten deities, underground lurkers, meddlesome ancestors, invisible shamblers, softly spoken animated corpses, household gods, sprites, disembodied heads, enduring cursed existences under bell jars, or anything else suitably bizarre. Occasionally, you will realize that a mortal must have died of old age. This might happen every 4 or 5 prompts. When it does, strike out the character's name. Outside of this, characters cannot be killed unless a prompt tells you to do so, but you can otherwise narrate them about as you would like. Yeah. Let's see. Marks. A mark is a visible indication of your vampire's undying state, or any other thing that sets them apart from mortal people. An ever-bleeding wound on the throat, eyes that are blank and white, a trailing specter, a ferocious scar, a hollow abdomen full of rats. A mark is something your vampire carries for their entire existence. When creating a mark, consider whether your vampire conceals it and how. Here are examples. A pair of great bat wings. I cut them off with a saw, but the stubs remain. My eyes are hypnotic, so I must wear smoked glasses. A dark halo I cover with tall military hats. Under the moon, my shadow takes the shape of a jaguar. Animals fear me and children cry. I can become a wolf or a rat. I have hands with fingers bent backwards like claws. I wear long sleeves to cover them from view. Okay, vampire creation, what you've all been waiting for. Have we gotten the ground rules down? I believe I do. Because, well, okay. Well, I say this and then we'll find out how much I actually retained. Yeah, so I've got that experiences are one sentence. One sentence. You summarize them with one sentence. Um, and then 5 memories, but each memory has 3 experiences, right? The only thing I might need clarification on. Hold on. Yeah, memories hold 3 experiences. But okay. Let's see. Time to make an unexplainable character. I feel like this is a game that can make your ADHD work for you. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that's the case. Also, Crypto, thank you so much for 2 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, my nose is running really bad because it's very dusty in here. I just cleaned my room, but I kicked up all the dust in doing so. Okay. Yeah, memories contain 3 experiences, and they're made up of experiences, but I guess the memory itself doesn't need a... That's the only thing. I was wondering if the memory itself needed to have like a keyword or that kind of thing, but I guess I'll just have it as memory and then the 3 experiences beneath. Okay. Start by imagining a person in the distant past. A Roman emperor, a Mesopotamian midwife, a French knight. This person will become your vampire. Imagine when and where they were born and who they were in life. Start a memory with one experience that encapsulates their history. Okay, so start a memory with one experience and encapsulates. Okay, awesome. Okay, we're starting. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I'm like, now my heart's like racing. I'm like, time to cook. Yes, it is indeed time to cook. So, we'll start with our, okay, so this page was, let's just move to the next one. Yeah, it bled through. So this, I think this paper does not lend itself well to the ink, unfortunately. So, let's do the pen. For immersion's sake, I would definitely be using this right now, but I think I think I picked the worst paper possible for this. So, let's just do the good old, fuck! I know! How could this happen? Also, hi, thanks for paying your daily admission fee. Okay, so my vampire, right? Let's think of their backstory. So I've already thought of, you know what? Maybe they could be born in Nice, France. Because that's the first location. Because I was like, yes, my vampire's French. Yes, I know, very funny, very ironic. But the first place I was like, where should they be born? And then I was like, Nice is the first place I thought of in France right now. So that's what we're picking. I can't quite remember the layout. I think it's not on the countryside per se, but it's not like, you know, because I mean, Paris would be like the Paris, like everybody would think of like freaking Paris. Okay, so let's do Nice, France. But you have to pick, when you're making this memory, it says that it's just one, it's an experience, so it's one sentence that describes your vampire. So let's do, this will be our first memory. So I'll denote it with a 1 just so. Okay, so now I have to think of what their background is. And maybe just like a noble, we made it out of the mud. Yeah, what is it? I wanted to have a wealthy character just because I love, okay, so this is gonna be very funny to describe, but I've done a lot of research into Regency and Victorian era and stuff, but mostly on the nobility side, not a lot of commoner. I don't have too much on the lives of commoners. Actually, like a few months ago, I had to look up what did commoners tend to eat and stuff, because I only really knew what the wealthy would partake in during that time period, or like the particular clothes they would wear, blah blah, all that stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna do a nobleman because it would be way easier. It'd be way easier for me to do. But I also saw that you'll have to do a decent amount of research when particularly playing this game, so I should really have a window up that is like, what is it, for research purposes. Yeah, because I don't want to be like spreading misinformation while my like vampire's like going. But actually, you know what? Let's just raw dog it semi, and then we can clean it up later. Okay. So yeah. So let's put for my vampires. Well, actually, I'm gonna do it the way that they told me to, because I'm gonna be a good noodle. Research. Yeah, research mentioned. I know. Okay. Oh, and it says here's an example of how you can do it. I'm Henry, son of John, born near the Loire Valley in the 13th century of our Lord. I'm a poor knight swindled out of my inheritance. Okay, so we're gonna be Sullivan A. Dupont, who was born in Nice, France. Wealthy nobleman, but let's see what level of nobleman do I want him to be? Do I want him to be a duke who has like a title to land, or what is it? What are the I mean, he could be a lord. I think lord would be nice. I think lord is fine. Not like when you can't LARP the proletariat. Yeah, you can't. Also, hi. Okay, let's do yeah. I'm Sullivan. No, it wasn't. No, it was Sylvain. It was Sylvain. It's not Sullivan. Yeah, because Sylvain means of the forest. Yeah. Oh fuck! I just ruined the page. Sylvain A. Dupont. Born and raised in Nice, France. Born and raised in Nice, France. I am born and raised in Nice, France. Which century? Wait, no, it'd be okay, he would be born in, it would have to be before then. So let's think before Victorian, because Regency is like around like 1809, ends in 1812. No, it's a little bit before then. I think it's like 1801 to 1812 or something around then. Okay, so he would have to be born, well, if he wants to live in Victorian era, I guess he can be born in, let's just make him born in 1801. In 1801. In 1801. But if he's gonna be thousands of years old, bro's gonna have to also like live through like technology coming into play. Okay, you'll be born in 1801. Let's just do that. And then what is it? Lord. Okay, I'm Sylvain A. Dupont, born and raised in Nice, France in 1801. Lord of Little Land. Little Land. And okay, because I don't want him to like own too much. He's not that rich. Like, he's a lord, but like only in title. He's still like he has enough money to get by, and it's not like he's poor. He's not living like poor folk, but he's not rich AF. Okay, not like throwing money. Oh, but it would be way more interesting if he was ridiculously rich and didn't know the plight of the poor, and then his life goes to absolute shit. That would be hold on, that would be way more interesting. Maybe he's a little snooty. Okay, he wouldn't admit that his land is little. Okay, he wouldn't. Okay, yeah, let's think on that. If we're thinking about his character, I would like him to be a little snooty. Lord of he wouldn't say immodest, because everything when I'm trying to like describe what he owns, I keep thinking of modest land, or not something super substantial. But like if bro was like super full of himself, he'd be like, yeah, I own like all of these plots and I host all these balls at my all that stuff. But how would he describe his land? Okay, we're already stumped on the first. I'm already stumped on describing him within the first prompt. But I think that's because I don't have a good grasp on what I want his character to fully be. Born and raised in Nice, France in 1801, Lord of Hmm. Not not particularly. Okay, maybe he pretends to be modest, but he's not really. Why? Oh, that would work better. Okay, pretends to be modest, but like in his head, he's like exploding people left and right. It sounds a little familiar. Am I? Okay, Lord of a modest. Let's just say a modest land. Modest amount of land. How curious. Yeah, how curious. Very interesting. Lord of a modest amount of land, and son to. Oh, I didn't think about parent names. Let's say son to. French names off rip. I literally am blanking so bad. I can't. Okay, yeah, dad would be Sullivan. Okay. Just because that'll make that easier. Sullivan and I have a name I want to use, but I want to save it for a side character. I've been like holding on, like I have a few names that I've been thinking about and stuff, but I wanted to save for later. Okay, they don't particularly have to be French names. They don't have to be. I can just make up shit. So let's say Sullivan and Iris because that'd be sick. Sullivan and Iris Dupont. Okay, that's my one sentence for my memory. We did it. I love that what stomped me for the longest was describing the land because it's not a lot. It's not a lot of land to work with. Okay. First experience is a little different than most experiences in that it's a broad summary of the vampire's life before the undead thing. The experience will be slotted into the record's first memory. Now create 3 mortals and add them to the vampire's record sheet. These mortals will have a relationship with your vampire, relatives, friends, lovers, enemies, mentors, debtors, anything appropriate for this time and place you have chosen. Describe each character with a few words. Know that these characters can and should be very important, but will not be around for long. Okay, so we've already named 2 of those characters within. Okay. So let's write our characters, and this will be, hold on, 3, yes, at least 3 mortals. Okay, so character sheet, and I need to denote that they're mortal. Characters. What the, I cannot spell today. I spelled charters, bro. I think it's because everybody's watching me, right? So now that I'm messing everything up. Okay, characters. So mortal, let's denote that for all of them. Mortal. Obviously, you know, my mother, Iris Dupont. And she's what is it? No, these characters should be very important. Let's see. We'll have a relationship. Let's see. Describe them in a few words. Okay, Iris Dupont, mother, lady of the house. Her personality. Very very loving but calculating. Very loving. Calculating. And then we have another mortal, which will be my father, Sullivan, who I keep mixing myself up with. Sullivan Dupont, which is father. You know what? If he's a lord, then his father could be a duke, and then his mother would be a duchess, but then she'd still be referred to as lady. So yeah, okay, let's do that. They'll be the duke and duchess, but I'm just, you know, just a lord. Okay, Sullivan Dupont, Duke of modest land that I've inherited. Yeah, the land I've inherited it already. Yeah, Duke, and then his personality, cold and logical. He's not a very loving father, but it's whatever. Country boys make do. And then let's see, last character. I'll probably pick for mortal, and considering that I'm a lord, it would probably be one of, well, okay. I guess for Sylvain, it wouldn't be a lady in waiting. Actually, you know what? Sylvain. Because it wouldn't have a lady in waiting. It would be, well, it could be one of the housemates. I'll just, okay, mortal, housemaid. And we don't know her last name because no one's ever cared to ask. So her name will be Meredith. Housemaid, didn't learn her last name. She's very kind and motherly. Whenever Sylvain is ignored by his parents, Meredith will be the rock of the family. Okay, give your vampire to be 3 skills fitting their lot in life, and 3 resources that can be obtained while they're still mortal. Okay, resources can be almost anything big and small. Okay, so resource-wise... Oh, wait, let's do the skills. Hold on, I didn't write my skills. So, 3 skills that I have that have nothing to do with, like, immortality. And then I need 3 resources. So, one is definitely going to be my house. One is going to be my big... let's see. What is it? Undead last name lost to time? No, it has to be 3 mortals first. See, you were trying to backseat typewriter. Backseat typewriter is crazy. But no, they have to be 3 mortals. It does say that it wants your first few to be mortals. So unfortunately, she cannot be an undead because that would not fit the prompt. Shaking my head, Edward. How could you? We must explode you for doing that. Okay, resources. So 1 is my Big McMansion. I can't write that. I can't write that. No more messing around. Okay. So yeah, modest. I'll just put modest land. So that'll be the deed to it. The deed to my land. It's what I've inherited. And then I want to have a small silver key with a ribbon on it. Small silver key with a ribbon. And this small silver key, for me, I'm going to say that it unlocks the cellar beneath the house, and that's normally where I go to decompress. Yeah. Unlocks the cellar. And then let's see, third item, third resource that I could have. So I have the key, I have my house, and then, oh, what about a love letter, right? But like from someone I had rejected because time and circumstances weren't great. Oh, yes. Okay. Love letter. Okay, yeah, that'll be love letter from failed match. Time, place, occasion didn't work out. Oh man, holy, yeah, that man's gonna be thinking about it the whole time. Oh yeah, I was like, I need to have something on me that, like, if I have to, like, give it away, like, I wanted to, the other 2 items, you know, obviously, other than my house, which I can't take with me because that's a big thing and stuff, I wanted to have 2 things where if I had to trade them away or lose them, it would fucking suck. At least that's the thought process I have behind picking the small silver key and the love letter. Okay, skills that I have. What is it? Okay, let's see. Persuasion. What else? I would say gift of gab. I'd say the gift of gab. I can just talk my ass off. But I guess that would be. I guess it would kind of go hand in hand. So actually, let me see if I can find something else. So persuasion. I was also gonna say bartering, but these are all very tangential to each other. Other skills. Okay, swordplay. You know, lord of the house of a small land. Fuck it. I know how to play with the sword. But I wouldn't know anything about like farming. I wouldn't do any dirty work and stuff. Dirty work quotation marks. I'm just saying this is for the time period. A lord of the house would not be doing like lord of the house wouldn't even be washing his own body and stuff. So I would have to think about skills that I would have that would make sense. Bro doesn't even know how to wash up back in the day. So yeah, persuasion, swordplay. Last thing, because I would like bartering would be sick, but also it wouldn't make sense for his character because he wouldn't be out on the streets like doing that. Also, hi Liva, hello, thanks for paying your daily admission fee and thank you for 18 months. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Persuasion, swordplay. Last thing, you know what? Writing, because he would have to write letters. And it ties into persuasion. So you know what? Those two skills are kind of very adjacent. Okay. Then create 3 more experiences, with each experience being centered into a separate memory. Each of these experiences should combine 2 of your vampire's traits. If he has the longship as a resource, and the character like a father to me, you might write an experience like, Gundar takes me on my first voyage aboard the longship. His touch calms me when we first leave sight of land. Okay, so I need to write 3 experiences, each in different memories. Okay, so that's 3 more memories that I have to create. And then they have to tie into my... Okay, so it'll be either me using my skills or it'll also tie into my resources. So each experience will be tied to a resource and a skill. That's basically how I'm reading it. So let's create 3 more memories. Okay, memory. This will be memory number 2. And I'll tie it in with, persuasion and the small silver key. Oh, and then the writing can be tied into the love letter. And then, swordplay in the land? How would I tie those together? Oh, I guess, when I looked out upon the field while my father taught me how to wield a sword, I realized that one day this land would be mine. Hold on, let him cook! To be very serious. Okay, it'll get hold on. We'll get serious in a moment. I promise. Okay. I love how I'm starting off the stream laughing, and I know I'm gonna be crying by the end of this because it gets very emotional, and I'm gonna be very sad. Honestly, I'm gonna be sad about losing the love letter. Okay, chef. Yes, chef. Of course, chef. Okay. Memory. So experience, and the experience has to be 1 sentence. Okay. When. Okay, no, not when. That's kind of boring way to start it off. Okay. In my youth, my father used to teach me swords play. Used to teach... Okay, in my youth, my father used to teach me swords play. Swords play in the vast field of flowers. And as I gazed Gazed upon the land, I one day realized it would be mine. Okay, sad out here. Meanwhile, Meredith was probably who cleaned the floors before stream. Hold on, wait, give me a moment. I'm having like really severe allergies right now, and I can't tell if it's this frilly shirt I'm wearing or not. So 1 second. Oh my gosh, yeah. I kicked up too much dust cleaning my room, guys. This is why you should always clean your room. Okay, also you can look at how much we've gotten done so far. I think we're making good progress. I just write really slow. I'm sorry. Also, hi, Kathy. Thank you so much for 27 months. Thank you. Okay, so that's memory number 2. So then let's do... What the scallop? Also, Guppy, thank you for 20 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hold on. You know what? This is a good time. This is a good time for a little water break. Why don't we have a bit of some water? Because I have been talking nonstop for an hour. Hold on. That was the best tasting water I've had in my life. And I don't know if it's just because it feels like it's been water, no blood. I'm not a vampire yet. I'm not a vampire yet, okay? Blood drinking happens later. This is me. I'm mortal now. I'm mortal now. You gotta keep up with the plot line, Biddy. How could you say this? Okay, yeah, the text on the screen right here should say human currently before I turn into a vampire. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Orbit. Welcome. You've got to act like a mortal even as a vampire. I'm thinking that's definitely how, what is it? I think as we begin, Sylvain will probably try to fit in at the beginning, and then towards like the end, he's just not going to give a fuck anymore. Yeah. It's because it comes from your land, which you stand to inherit. You can taste it. Yeah, I can taste what's going to happen next. Oh, wait. I need to make space with the memories because I forgot that you can have 3 experiences in them. So, yeah, let me push it down. So let's pull it down. Oh, thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming from YouTube. Oh my gosh. Random algorithm full. Well, I hope you like RPGs. Okay, memory number 3. Okay, do we want to talk about let's do the writing and love letter and tie those into each other. Ooh, so obviously as the lord of the land, I would have to find a lady of the land, and let's say we were randomly matched. Yeah. I'm probably first said, well, look at that. Well, then was it random? Or was the algorithming? Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, just needed to... you know what's really funny? Bro said he cannot do ASMR streams than him reading and writing is most soothing and relaxing. Really? You think so? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad you guys aren't bored yet. Because I was like, I am reading a lot and all that stuff, but you know what? The point of this is to read. So, yeah. As long as you're enjoying it, then that's... a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up from me. Yeah, and you get a sad thumbs up right now. Look at that. Okay, so the next memory. Okay, love letter, and it didn't work out. It didn't. Yeah, getting the ink with it. Well, okay, I'm actually really sad about this. It's just I don't know if it's this particular ink or if it just doesn't like blot well, because the tip is very. The tip of this is like perfect for how hard I write. I think it doesn't help that I don't write softly. I press down like really hard when I'm writing. So unfortunate. Okay. Memory, love letter. Didn't work out. We were supposed to be a match. And I did feel things. The thing is, I did feel things for her. It just time, place, occasion. You know, I was being a little silly and I was like, I don't have time for romance right now and I don't want to get into anything too serious, but I kept the letter. So writing and I kept the letter. Let's see. think. The letter I keep with me reminds me of... Yes, that is the preferred, but also I'm also playing Sylvain. Sylvain A. Dupont, which is he's a Frenchman lord. Actually lord, not just a man. Lord of the land. Okay, memory number 3. The letter I keep with me is a reminder of my failure. Perhaps it is the reason he carries it, other than, the failed of what could have been. Maybe I wouldn't say failure per se, but it's just like to remind me of what could have been. Okay, yeah, let's see. The letter I keep with me. Is a reminder of what could have been. Also, this ink is slightly blue. I thought it was black. It is slightly blue. That was a lie. Yeah. What is man but a miserable pile of secrets? Throws cup onto the stage. Is a reminder of what could have been. Every day I mourn. Every day I mourn your laugh. Your smile. Your touch. Oh my gosh. I feel like, oh my gosh, because Itsu demo touch, I get this feeling. Oh my gosh, why am I getting emotional? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. The letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been. Every day I mourn your laugh, your smile, your touch. And damn, he really fumbled this. I would not have fumbled this baddie. Okay, number 4. Persuasion and the small silver key. Okay, the small silver key is something I get from Meredith to go into the cellar because I'm not allowed down there and stuff. So the persuasion has to be like, what is it? When I was around 16 summers old, I persuaded Meredith to give me the key to the wine cellar. Wait, maybe he should be a little bit younger because he shouldn't be able to go into the legal drinking age in France is like, what is it? Isn't it like 16 or something? You can drink like young, or you can drink with parents' permission and stuff. The drinking age might be 19. It might be 19 or something, but you can drink with parents' permission before then and stuff. So I can't be held to like the rules of like, Google says 18. Okay, yeah, I was like, it says something between 18 19. Okay. So it'll have to be before then. Yeah, so when he turned 16 summers old, he begged Meredith for the key to the wine cellar. Okay. And Meredith got in mega trouble, I should say. Or maybe nobody ever finds out. No, nobody ever finds out. Nobody finds out about the silver key that was given to him. Okay. Memory. And that'll be our 4th memory. Man, we're already starting off with 4 memories. We're going to have to start crossing them off pretty early. Memory number 4. When I was, let's say, yeah, 15 summers old. Summers old. I persuaded Meredith to give me the key to the wine cellar. Not to drink, by the way. Yeah. Not to drink. I just wanted to chill down there, okay? Let's get that out of the way. He's not going to the wine cellar to, I just want to key to the wine cellar to hide from let's say my father. Wait, no. Okay, maybe not hide from his father, but maybe hide from one of his marriage. Because around 15 summers years old, they would start doing marriage talks. Maybe he didn't want to get married, and that's also why the other thing with the love letter. If we tie these, but then they would be under the same experience. I mean, the same memory actually. If I were to tie it in like that, so let's say maybe to hide from suitors. Yeah, to hide from suitors. Well, they would be suitresses technically, but suitors sound sicker, so I'm doing that anyway. I don't give a fuck. Bam. So we have our three memories that we've just created. Okay, so memory number 2. In my youth, my father used to teach me swordplay in the vast field of flowers, and as I gazed upon the land, I one day realized it would be mine. That's one memory. Memory number 2. The letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been. Every day I mourn your laugh, your smile, your touch. Memory 4. When I was 15 some years old, I persuaded Meredith to give me the key to the wine cellar to hide from suitors. Those are the ones we're starting with. And then we can pick which ones that are getting obliterated after I get like 6 memories. But you know what? We're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, so that's the basis of my vampire's creation. Okay, lastly. Oh, there's more. But wait. There's more OxyClean. Okay, lastly, create an immortal. This is the creature that is gifted or cursed. Oh, this is the character that gifted or cursed your vampire with unlife. Aha! Okay. Create an immortal. So let's see. What should I name? Oh, man. Okay, so they're gonna go under my characters. One that made me immortal. It's definitely a curse. In this particular, for Sylvain, it's definitely a curse. But I'm trying to think of who could he have pissed off so greatly that would cause. Maybe it could be tying it back into like his always running away. Okay, so what we can draw from him, from even like these small little bits that I've already written, right, about hiding from suitors in the wine cellar, and also the love letter from the failed partnership, right? What if the person who Ooh, wait. What if the person who curses him with immortality is one of his suitresses? Yes, a shunned suitor. I was like, I mean, if he has so much like bad luck with love, I think it would be very, very, very ironic for that to be the case. Okay, so immortal. Let's put them under here. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so we have to make the immortal, but also it says, what is it? Create a mark and an experience that explains how your vampire became. Okay, so marks are the things that you permanently have on your vampire's body that denote that they're undead. So let's make. I'll put it over here. So mark, and then it's the experience of how I got that. So wait, once you have. Okay, yes, this, okay, so it says create an experience. It says this is a separate memory. Okay, so we do start off with 5 memories off rip. So that makes sense. Okay, so memory will be how that happened, and I have to think of the immortal. The immortal's name, a name that would stick with me forever, and also a shunned suitor. Okay, let's think. What name would... Agatha. I was like, what name would bother me to hear all the time? Yeah, and it would be like Lady Agatha. Yes. Okay. Lady Agatha will be my scorned suitor. Lady Agatha, what is it? That cured beast from the cured quotation marks. Scorned suitress. what is it? Wealthy heiress that I did not want to marry. Let's say generally unpleasant. Generally unpleasant will be her character. He just really does not like her. Okay, now we have to create a mark that like denotes our immortality. And for this particular case, I will just say I have two bites on my, like, you know, like where the fangs pierce my neck. I permanently have, no, it won't be on my neck. Actually, let's put it because neck is also just like, it's overdone. Let's say on my shoulder, if I were to peel back my collar, you would have two little bite marks that have never healed. Okay, yeah, two bite marks on shoulder. Well, it wouldn't be like on shoulder per se, but you know, that area. That have never healed. Sick, nasty. Okay. But I mean, it's to show that you're not quite human, and honestly, that one's not that. Things that denote that you're not human. I wouldn't say like bite mark that hasn't healed, because you have scar. I mean, that's just essentially a scar and stuff. Because when it showed the examples of previous marks, the other marks would be like, hold on, let's go back and let's look at it together, shall we? Because they were a bit more okay. Yeah, and it needs to be, the mark is something that your vampire has to go out of their way to conceal. It also says that. So, it said, here are examples. A great pair of bat wings that you cut off with a saw, but the stubs still remain. Okay, hypnotic eyes, or a halo that you have to cover, or under the moon your shadow changes, or, oh, you know what? If it says, it doesn't have to be, okay, it's just a visible indication that you're undying. Okay, this one even says it can be like your shadow or that kind of thing. When I look into the mirror, there's nothing there. So I have to actively make sure I stay away from mirrors. I know that's like an old vampire thing, but I've always loved that kind of trope. So for me, it'll be no reflection in mirrors, or any reflective surfaces. I do not show up in, which is kind of hard to hide from other people. So I would say that's a pretty good one and stuff. Because also, whenever this makes it interesting, because also whenever what is it? You know, royalty, they're dressed by like their house staff. So, you know, like ladies in waiting or like blah, blah, that stuff, right? Normally there'd be a mirror and stuff too, so they can see what they're like wearing. But imagine like all the ladies in waiting helping you get dressed, and they look over into the mirror and there's nothing there. I think that makes for some pretty interesting scenarios. Okay. Yeah, my mark is I don't show up in mirrors. Or any reflective surfaces. Okay. No reflection whatsoever. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I love the idea of being vain enough to be like, Jesus, I look like a wreck, looks in the mirror. I can't see. Yeah, we have to remember that he's very pompous and full of himself. So there's also that next thing of like, he won't be able to gaze. Okay, like he's a little bit of a narcissist. Okay, that's what I did say. I wanted him to be a little bit of a narcissist, but yeah, if he looks into the mirror and then he can't see himself, that would truly be the biggest curse ever. Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, seeing as how his love life like never works out, I think that would also add a bunch to it. Yeah. But yeah, the also being afraid of water and all that stuff as well. Yeah, because he can't see his reflection in the water as well. So yeah, it's one of my favorite vampire tropes for sure. I've always loved the, what is it? The big reveal happening by, oh no, a mirror, a conveniently placed mirror, and now everybody knows I'm a monster. Okay, and now we have to write the experience of how Sylvain became an undead. What is it? And experience, and it has to be one sentence. That's the good thing about this too, because it stops me from wanting to write like 80 million paragraphs about this. So let's see, one sentence that encapsulates how I got turned into a vampire. Okay, Lady Agatha has always been a thorn in my side. Let's play it up with the and then he'll play it up with a bit of humor. A bit of a thorn in my side. And now more of a thorn in my now more of a thorn in my neck. Me holding that one in, like about to like laugh my whole ass off, and it's not that funny. But like Sylvain's like writing this, and he's like, oh, "Holy cook, brother." Well, I do say indeed, this is my. Okay, now more of a thorn in my neck since she bit me. Since she bit me, what is it? I've been unable to see my reflection, which really sucks for a narcissist like me. I've been unable to see my reflection. And here's how we'll also like tie it in a bit. Thank you so much for the raid, Captain. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Sadlights, artificial Sadlight VTuber. Welcome to the Observatory. Welcome. I hope your stream went well. Thank you so much for dropping by. Yeah, I miss seeing my favorite person every time I look in the mirror. And it's not me. How could this be? I know, it really sucks if you're a narcissist and then you become a vampire, because then you can't see yourself, and that would suck. That would suck. Okay, so we've done it. Our vampire's created. Our first page. Okay, my handwriting is very small. I'm sorry. And also, I've been destroying the page with the eraser, so there's also that. But yeah, that is our first foray into our vampire. And now we get to the fun part, guys, where we start doing the prompts so we can start altering our memories and start losing them. Okay, let us read Playing the Game. Okay, honestly, an hour and 30 just for vampire creation, that is way shorter than I thought it would be. So that's good, guys. Yeah. You kind of made it sound like no, I didn't. I did not do that. You just made that up and you imagine that in your... Hold on. The doily's falling off. Yes. Hi, it was good. I played a bunch of saves too. I hope it was fun. I'm so glad to hear it was good. I appreciate you dropping by. Hold on. Wait. Let me shout you out. Where are my manners? Let me give you a shout out. Hold on. Yeah, that's not bad. I know. Only an hour 30. I was like, holy cook. There we go. Thank you for dropping by. But yeah, I am sad. I'm sad about the glass pen. Yeah, we're on good time. And also, yeah, today's stream won't be just like 3 hours, guys. It'll probably encapsulate as much as it takes for us to clear like one campaign. Because I do want to do one all the way and all that stuff. So I made sure that we'll have like a little extra time today, so it won't just be the, oh my gosh, guys, it's 3 hours, I have to run. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I need to charge my phone. Yeah, I have my phone is my webcam right now, so I have it set up so that I should be able to charge it while it's over my, hold on. Oh my gosh, can you stay? Okay, plugged. Good thing I remembered, because otherwise we would have been, might not have been, there we go. Ta-da! Okay, playing the game. Oh my gosh, guys, we're gonna play the game! To play 1,000-year-old vampire, you need to answer a series of prompts. Answer these prompts to learn about your vampire, experience their travails, and be surprised by their doings. Responding to the prompts in satisfying ways is the joy of this game. After you've played through a few times, you can find additional prompts in Appendix 1. You can answer prompts either in writing, like a journal, or just aloud to yourself. This book is designed so you can write your responses directly onto its pages if you are brave. Number your entries to keep the chronology straight. In the process of answering prompts, you create, lose, and alter your vampire's traits as instructed. Every time you answer a prompt, you must create an experience and add it to a memory unless instructed otherwise. Okay. Every time you answer a prompt, you must create an experience. But it also fries me because it says you can answer prompts or just aloud to yourself. How the fuck are you going to remember that if you respond to it aloud? I'm not going to remember it, so we're writing it down every time, and it's going to take 20 minutes because I'm a slow writer. Okay. Roll your d10 and d6, and subtract the result of the d6 from the d10. If the result is a positive number, move forward that many prompts. If it is negative, move backwards instead. 0 means you encounter the same prompt a second time. Let's imagine that I've just answered prompt 11. I've rolled a 7 on the d10 and a 4 on the d6, which means that I move forward 3 and end up at prompt 14. However, if I rolled 4 on both dice, I would just answer prompt 11 again. You will notice that the prompts have second and third entries. These are encountered the second and third times you land on a prompt. If you land on a prompt and have already responded to all those entries, skip to the next one. Okay. Let's see. If you're instructed to check a skill but have no unchecked skills available, lose a resource instead. Oh, fuck. Okay. That needs to be written down. Okay. So let me also do the subtract your d6 from your d6. Okay. d6 minus d10 equals prompt. If 0, answer next on same prompt. Next on same prompt. Okay, and then oh yes, because they said check a skill. Skills can only be checked once. They did say that. Skills only checked once. If no unchecked skills available, lose a resource. Fuck. Lose a resource. Oh, and I only have 3 right now. But they did say if you need certain things, you don't always, it doesn't always have to be a resource. It could just happen to be something, but it has to make sense for your character to have on them. Okay. If you cannot lose a resource when instructed to do so, then check a skill. Okay. Let's just put vice versa. And I'll just put check a skill, quotation marks. I mean, function, I mean, fucking. I'll just put, okay, check a skill. Check a skill. I have to just make sure that I don't like fuck this up at all. So if I have to put like 80 million notes, like make sure you don't do this and you don't mess it up. Okay. When either of these substitutions occur, it indicates that things have gone very badly for your vampire. So it shouldn't get to a point where this happens, but if it does, you're cooked. That's so fucking funny. That is the funniest way to put that. Yeah. Only, what is it? Things have gone very badly for your vampire. Narrate the worst possible outcome. Only skills and resources may be substituted for each other. You may not choose to lose characters, memories, or marks in place of a skill or resource. If you must lose a skill or resource and you have none, then your game is over. Narrate your vampire's demise using the prompt for inspiration. Oh, fuck. If you don't have a skill or resource, game over? What the fuck? Okay. So we might have to do more than one campaign tonight, guys. Vampire dies if no skills or resources. That's so funny. What is it? Use prompt to explain their demise. How could you? You said the C word! Gruffer! How dare you? Well, you know what? Technically, I'm not sad today, so I can't explode you for saying the C word. I can't. Today, I'm Sylvain. And Sylvain would not explode you for saying... Well, actually, he might. Yeah, he might. Yeah, and you wrote in pen 2, misery, agony, even. No. It's an erasable pen, by the way. That's why if you see me writing and I do this... Yeah, it actually, I can erase with this one. That's why I wanted to write in pen. Also, hi, Haku. Hello, thanks for paying your daily admission fee. Okay, the game ends if you are unable to check or lose a skill or resource when required to do so. Or if the prompt tells you that your game has ended. Okay. So there's 2 ways to die. And I think they'll be very interesting. Yeah, those are so cool. I fucking love these pens. The only problem is it does not work very well on this very nice recycled paper. Thanks for paying your daily admission fee. 2 styles of play. There are 2 ways to play a 1,000-year-old vampire, as a quick game and as a journaling game. In a quick game, answer the prompts entirely in the memory area of your character record. This method is fast and satisfying, gives you greater flexibility in interpreting your vampire's story. In the journaling game, you keep a diary. Answer the prompts in writing, dedicating a short paragraph or so to each question. Huh. Okay. You will end up with a document that you can look back at later. In addition to a journal entry, you must still add an experience for each prompt. Oh, okay. So, okay, that's what I was, because I was like, experiences are 1 sentence, though. So, I will still have to summarize it, of course, but then I'll also have to write, like a little paragraph. But, I mean, it'll depend, how do we want to play this? Because, yeah, I could just do it in the memory. I think for everybody's sake, it would probably be best to play it in the quick version where we just use memories and experiences and stuff. And then whenever I go around to like play it on my own, I'll definitely do like because it'll take me way too long. I mean, you've already seen, like, when I start thinking of how to summarize it in 1 sentence, I'm already like, how should I, yeah, it'll take me way longer if I have to do it in paragraphs as well. And plus, honestly, I'm gonna be real, if I were to do it in paragraphs too, I would sit here revising it over and over and over because I am a bit of a perfectionist and all that. But yeah. I went and picked it up. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much. Not sponsored, by the way. Not sponsored, but that makes me very happy to hear because it's an independent creator who created this book. So yes, thank you for supporting and thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Yeah. So let's see. We'll do the quick version. So everything, no diary. So yes, this means we will not have a diary, which we can hold for I believe it's up to 4. It's either 3 or 4 you can hold in your diary, but we won't be doing a diary. So we'll go through it much faster. Okay. In the case of any contradictions or complications, your memories and says take precedence over the detail in your journaling entries, and if you play the okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so that won't particularly matter. As you play, you will come to understand aspects of the story that may not have been clear early on. You can modify or ignore earlier journal entries if needed, but you may never modify your memories, unless instructed to do so by the prompt. Okay. Memories can never be altered, which makes sense. I mean, well, I guess... well, it makes sense in this sense, but yeah, you know, a lot of the times you do forget things or remember them incorrectly, but I guess for your vampire, these would be things they would remember. Okay. Answer prompts in a way that feels natural. Never force things. If relationships between existing traits or past events relate to a prompt, work them in. You do not need to answer every question in the prompt. Okay, you do not need to answer every question, just whatever feels natural. Okay, that makes sense, because I was partially thinking like, oh fuck, what if I can't tie in like 80 different plot points and it's cooked? Prompts will often combine to tell stories. If a helpful character was introduced in one prompt, and the following prompt has the vampire acquire a new resource, find the relationship between them. Okay. Okay, so I need to find ways to always incorporate each thing into another. Any amount of time can pass between prompts, so several prompts might join together and make a story arc that lasts days or decades. Cede control to the game. Prompts are sparks for creativity and connection. Feel free to gently reinterpret answers to earlier prompts to make better sense of current situations. But you should not try to tie everything together. It's not necessary. Your vampire will live for thousands of years, and many small unresolved events will occur during their existence. Sometimes a character will appear then leave the game without accomplishing anything of note. Or a resource will go unused. Both are fine. That's just how life, or unlife, is. Okay, so I do want to tie things together, but I don't have to force things to tie in together. But also, we can make big story arcs, and we can holy cook, okay? Overthinking is unhelpful. Okay. Okay, you're right. Me sitting here, like, starting to overthink, and it's like, don't do that. I'm gonna be so rude with you. I started going on my little, oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, it says to chill, guys. Yeah, dang, what a call. Yeah, knows exactly what I'm thinking every time I move on to the next thing. Yeah. Not every prompt needs to be important. You do not need to explain every decision you make while answering a prompt. You can let some of it wait until later. Let the game bring back what matters. Be uncomfortable. Your protagonist is a vampire. Even if you try to keep them decent and humane, terrible and delicious things are going to happen. You should have moments of discomfort as prompts combine with constrained resources to result in your vampire murdering loved ones or performing strange deeds. This is the strength of the game, so let the darkness fall where it may. Prompts are opportunities to learn about history and the real world. Turn to Wikipedia to read about the different types of Turkish nobility if you need to. The game will wait. Okay, so yes, we should be doing a little bit of research, mamas. That's what I thought. But I was like, I don't want to have to, like, pull it up, like, every 2 seconds. But yes, okay, we will have to do a little bit of, let's see what happens. Okay. Well, in that case, let me open up my, my window for research so that we can do that. Okay. Hold on. Ta-da! Yeah, we're talking about the hand now. Yeah, my hand that is smashing the screen right now. Okay, boom. Let me move all of this over here so that I can have the tab open so that we can do some research. Because I was trying to I was trying to look up what is it? Oh yeah, I wanted to know more about Nice. Let's look at the landscape. Nice. Okay, no, it is by the water. It's not countryside. I knew it was by some freaking water. I didn't say that out loud, but I knew that. And the reason why I picked Nice in particular was because I remember watching a film about it and stuff. Yeah, it's beautiful, sunny. That water looks awesome. Yeah, second largest French city on the Mediterranean coast. Okay, yeah. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. I picked a good spot. What the fuck? This place is gorgeous. Yeah, but lots of sand. Lots of sandy beaches. Okay. Wait, let me move you guys. I've said okay like 20 times. I need to move you guys to the side so that I can have our research page open. Okay, and let me scale that down. So I can see everything. Awesome. Okay, I can read you guys' messages and see everything now. So let's not lose all of our stuff. Answering prompts. Okay, the passage of time. This game is about the grind of centuries. Your vampire will lose their very memories to the passage of years and must pursue continuous reinvention to keep up with the evolution of society around them. Time is very loose, so imagine its progression as you like. Think about historical events and work them in when it feels right. World wars and political upheavals are hugely important events, even for vampires. For general guidance, consider the first 7 or 8 prompts you answer to be the first busy years after your character becomes a vampire. Everyone they know is still alive and the world is still the world of their mortal life. By contrast, their final experiences might take place in the early 21st century. Don't fret about specific years, but watch for obvious breaks in the timeline. A series of prompts might interrelate to tell a small story, only for something to interrupt that story. Take the opportunity to jump a few decades ahead. However you reach a game-ending prompt and it's only the 15th century, that's fine too. Okay, let's see. The prompts. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh! We've made it. Let's get started. So I should have gotten a little bookmark, but I think let's just use the reminder sticky notes to keep us in there. Okay, so we have our a reminder. I don't have a 10 on this one, so I will count 0 as 10 there. Okay, let's move everything so we can our first roll of the night. So we subtract the d6 from the d10. Okay, so that is a 9 and a 3. That's a 3 minus 9. That's a I saw 3 minus 9, so that's a negative 6. We gotta roll again because I'm not on any prompt yet. So yeah, that's negative, and that would be going back. So okay, a 2 minus 6. Okay, brother, can we please get a positive number? Can we please get a positive number? Like, oh my, gulp. Okay, 5 minus. Okay, that's still we're still in negative. Okay. 5. Okay, dude. Okay, 1 minus 1. That's 0. Let's start at the first. I'm gonna take that as we'll start at the first one. Well, it says stay on that prompt, but let's just start on 1. So that's the sign I'm taking. Holy fuck, we would have been rolling forever. Okay. Oh, are you? That's prompt number 1? That's prompt number 1? Dude, I'll read it aloud to you guys. No fucking way. In your blood hunger, you destroy someone close to you. Kill a mortal character. Create one if none are available. And take the skill Bloodthirsty. We have to kill someone off rip? Are you fucking kidding me? Meredith, no! Well, I didn't say I was killing her. Okay. So we've got a new skill. We've gotten Bloodthirsty. And I have to kill off... Okay. Here's how we'll do it. I have to kill off a character, right? 1 will be my dad. 2 will be my mom. 3 will be Meredith, okay? 1 dad, 2 mom, 3 Meredith. Well, actually, no, let me do it in the order that they're listed here. So 1 would be mom, 2 would be dad, 3 would be Meredith, okay? So, let's see. Mom, you're dead as fuck. I have to get... Oh my god, I liked my mom. I didn't like my dad. My dad sucked in this. Sylvain's dad sucks. So, yeah. Fuck. Okay, so I'll put that goes under... This fits under memory number 5. Because for each prompt you have to write an experience. That's a rough, yeah, that's the most rough option, yeah, unfortunately. But I'll have to write this as an experience under memory 5, because that's when I became a vampire and stuff. So in your blood hunger you kill a mortal character. That's fucked. I can't believe that's prompt number 1. Fuck, that sucks. Sorry, oh my god, that sucks so bad. Okay. I'm actually, how am I upset like 2 seconds in? That's actually the one I was like, I didn't want to kill her. I would have been more fine with killing Meredith, but this sucks. Okay, so this is for memory number 5. Let's see. So, mother dies. Mother dies. Now, how does mother die? I've been, let's see. I've been cramped up. My body has changed. Let's start with that. My body has changed. And through it, I've found that I have no taste for food anymore. And I've holed myself up in the cellar beneath the house with the silver key that was given to me. But it seems my hiding place had been found. Not by Meredith, the one who knows that I own the key, but my mother. And after weeks of not eating anything, of not knowing, I unfortunately, I don't want to kill my mom. I don't want to kill my mom. I don't want to do it. But my hunger knows not who is friend or foe. And I unfortunately drink more than I'm supposed to. That doesn't feel good. That feels fucking terrible. It feels fucking terrible. Okay. Yeah, mom's dead as hell. So let's get that out of the way. Yeah, to give context, I am playing a solo campaign where I have to roll for prompts. The first prompt I got was to kill off a character that I know. Yes, so it's a choose your own adventure kind of thing. So yes, I'll say that I used the silver key. Yeah, and I know Dad's not gonna like this either. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be. I think this cast me out of the house. I think this cast me out of the house pretty easily. So, yeah, let's write that down. I'm out of space, so I'll get to the next page and put this under memory 5. Okay, let's go to the next page. And this, let me also denote it as the second memory in memory 5. Memory. This will be number 2. Also, hi Yui, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Sadlight's artificial Sadlight VTuber. Welcome to the Orbit Observatory. Hi Yui, I hope your stream went well. Thank you so much for dropping by. Hold on, let me shout you out. Sorry, that was a crazy first prompt. I'm not gonna lie, that was a crazy first prompt. So I'm kind of like, oh, the rest of this is gonna be just as painful. Isn't that awesome? First prompt, literally a fucking fresh baby vampire, and mom gets got off rip. Actually evil as fuck. A major side immediately, like actually fucking crazy. But I mean, it did say to pick people who were in close relation to you, so I kind of set myself up for that one. Okay, so for the memory, after weeks of holding, let's say I spelled it wrong. Holding myself up in the wine cellar with no appetite for food. The one who finds me is not Meredith, but my mother. And after weeks of starvation, the scent of her blood is enticing. This is so awful. This is so awful. I feel like shit. Oh my god, this feels so bad. This feels so bad. Her blood is enticing. And in my hunger, I drain too much. And watch the light slip from her eyes. There we go. First entry. So underneath this memory, Lady Agatha has always been a thorn in my side, and now more of a thorn in my neck. Since she bit me, I've been unable to see my reflection. After weeks of holding myself up in the wine cellar with no appetite for food, the one who finds me is not Meredith, but my mother. And after weeks of starvation, the scent of her blood is enticing. And in my hunger, I drain too much and watch the light slip from her eyes. Now let's go to the next prompt. That's kind of crazy to start off with. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of crazy, but you know what? It can only get worse, guys. If it starts off this bad, it can only get worse, and that is comforting. So please give me a positive number. Okay, no, it's a -2. What the scallop? Why am I getting... Why am I only getting... Okay, hold on, let's try again. Okay, that's a -6. Oh my gosh. Okay, what the fuck? Dude, am I... Boss, your dice. Like, actually, I'm... What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck is this? Okay. I'm not getting any freaking... I'm not getting... Yeah, memory 1, epic thorn joke. Memory 2, my mom. I know. Okay, freaking finally. Okay, 2 positive. 2 positive. Okay. That brings us to number 3. Oh my gosh. I was starting to think, I was like, is it supposed to be this hard to roll a positive number? What the fuck? A loved one oh fuck. Oh fuck. A loved one discovers your condition and works to help you. Create a resource which represents their assistance. Create a mortal character if none are available. Well, one just died, so Meredith has to be the other one. Sorry, my dad is not a loved one. And plus, it would make sense for Meredith to try to help me. She's known me since my youth, and is the only one who knows that I like hiding in the cellar. Well, until my mom found out, and then she died for finding it. She finds my secret hiding place for the first time, and the first time she does, she dies. So you know what? If you think about it, isn't that kind of poetic? We roundabout made a good introduction to this. I think that's hold on. That's not bad. Okay. So this has to go under it has to fit into another. Okay. And it would make sense for the loved one to find out. Fuck. Then that would also go under this one. I can't fit any more memories, and it's gonna go into memory 5. I believe that would fit the best. Because it also ties into the other two things, but it would also work really well. It's hard because it would fit well in memory 4 as well, but the problem, okay, the reason why I'm hesitating is because the second I put this third experience down, that memory becomes full, and then I can't put any more things under it. So I know it says not to overthink, but I think the best course of action would be to put it under memory 4, where it's like, when I was 15 summers years old, I persuaded Meredith to give me the key to the wine cellar, to hide from suitors, right? But now I'm like, but it also fits memory 3 if she were to find me. If she were to find me after I kill. I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna tie it in. We'll put it in the 5th memory, and if I get another experience that has to destroy a memory, I'll just pick to destroy a different one. So, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Gerbit. Welcome. So number 3. Meredith finds me, but she has to give me a resource that tries to help me. A resource that would help me. But you know what? Now that I think about it, a resource that would help me, that would make sense for a commoner to have, right? What about, like, she brings me like a jar of like animal blood, because it wouldn't be like weird for a commoner to have like animal blood, considering that they would normally like eat like livestock and like all of that stuff, right? So she like knows that I'm like a vampire, and she'd be like, maybe this blood will help you or something. I feel like that. True. Yeah, it wouldn't be like weird for her to like get that from the market or like that kind of thing, or like to find it from like a peddler and be like, oh, well, I found like this mysterious peddler, and they were like, this thing will definitely help you or whatever. Yeah, let's say that. Yeah, I got you your mood juice. No, not milk. No, it is cow's blood indeed. Okay. Meredith finds me in the aftermath. Okay. Finds me in the aftermath. And after, let's see, could lead to more depth, like that animal blood does help for a time, but it doesn't satisfy you anymore. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, yes, it would work for the time being, but then it'd be like, well, I've already tasted human blood, so it's kind of like you can't go back, because once you like taste that, you're like, oh damn, this is like premium, and then now I have to drink the blood of livestock. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Meredith finds me in the aftermath. And let's see. And to help, and as a gesture, kind gesture. No, because she would be shocked first. Meredith finds me in the aftermath, and and to aid me in my cravings. She offers me a vial of animal blood. Okay, this is the first time my sentence has been more of a sentence. Because the other times I've been cramming as many semicolons and em dashes as I can to extend it. So, okay, this goes under resources. Vial of animal blood. To be real, this resource is not gonna last that long. I'm gonna tear that shit up. Yeah. This what's been rolling around. Okay, so we're on number 3. Now let's see if we can get anything. Good. Okay. -1. So let's move back 1 prompt onto number 2. Horrified at your new nature, you withdraw from society. Where do you hide? How do you feed? Create a stationary resource which shelters you. Well, this is very funny. That's a really funny prompt to get after I've been hiding in the wine cellar for weeks. So, you know what? That's perfect because I don't have to boot out a memory, by the way, because now it ties into memory number 4. Which Meredith gives me the key to the cellar. So, actually, this worked out in my favor. Why am I trying to gamify this so bad? Because I don't want to lose a memory yet. I don't want to lose a memory yet. So, yeah, where do you hide? After, what is it? After changing. Low-key surprise Pa hasn't done to kick you out yet. Well, remember that I did state that my father is, what is it? He's cold and logical, but also he doesn't give a fuck about me, per se. Like, my mother was more of, like, the loving one. Yeah, I'm more of, like, oh, you're the heir to the land. Like, when I was younger, he was definitely more loving, but after I turned down a bunch of suitors, he didn't really like me as much anymore. Because I'm supposed to continue the lineage, but I'm a son that doesn't want to provide an heir. Yeah. I don't want to provide an heir to our land. Maybe that's what Sylvain... Maybe that's partially why, if we think about it, mayhaps that's why he couldn't get along with that one suitor that he's kept the love letter for, because he didn't want to provide heirs. Maybe he has, like, some reservations about having kids. And hold on. Let's think on that. Let's think on that. And then me not wanting to have kids has made my father grow cold towards me. Yeah, let's leave it at that. So, after I've changed. Also, hi, Tora. Hello. Thanks for paying your daily admission fee. Yeah, after I've changed. I already said I've holed myself up in the... Yeah, this is some good stuff. Isn't this fun? This is quite fun. I won't lie. This is, like... This is so awesome. What is it? After I've changed, I've hid within the old wine cellar. And I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten in what feels like ages. Like ages. Create a stationary resource which shelters you. So the problem is I have the deed to my land, and then I have the silver key. And then it feels like we're workshopping a season of a good drama. Oh, a good drama. Oh. I'm flattered. But a stationary resource, I guess I'll have 2 resources, because even if I lose the deed to my land, I still have the silver key that leads me to the cellar. So mayhaps there's, like, a way to get into the cellar from, like, the outside that I would still sneak into. I would still sneak into my land to go there. But Stationary. I'll just say the seller, but like I just think it's kind of funny that I have the deed to the land and then I have the seller listed as a separate thing. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. If I lose the land, I can still get inside there. I guess I'll just lose that resource twice. Like, what is it? The seller burns down. I guess if I lose it, we'll have it as the seller burnt down, but I kept the key. Okay, it's time to roll again. So let me move this. I just have a lot of stuff right here, so let's see. Yeah, it's good for making NPCs for Vampire, The Masquerade, or Requiem if you're based like that. Well, I'm not based like that. I'm sorry. But I see. Hold on. Oh, 0. I stay. We got our first 0. I stay on the... I stay where I am. Okay, so that means you go on second. You reinvent your existence around the seclusion of your hiding place. You begin to work in an artful way, changing your living environment. How do you come to appreciate beauty or craft in a new way? Create a skill based on a memory. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me triple check something. I just want to triple check to make sure that I'm not messing this up. Wait, yo, let's go. Curse dice. So I finally turned into... I know, we didn't go backwards. Let's see. No, yeah, it says answer all prompts in the memory area. Okay, no. Yeah, no. That is a sick doily. Yeah, isn't it? Hold on. I didn't really get to show it off because I've been covering it this whole time. But yes. Ta-da! I feel like it really brings everything together. Oh wait, let me move this a little bit. There we go. No, yeah, I do have to... Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't like making a bunch of experiences and then I'm going to run out of space. Nope, I'm gonna run out of space. So, wait, did I write down... Oh, fuck. I wrote it under the wrong thing. I wrote it under the wrong thing. Oops! Okay, so I was supposed to write that under memory 4. I wrote it under memory 3. So, no, let's just do an arrow. I'm not rewriting that shit. I'll just, if I, hold on. Let me just grab that whole thing and then put an arrow here. I kind of, my problem is when I started writing these, I didn't give myself adequate space to write 3 more beneath them. Probably would have been better to have a page dedicated to each memory and stuff. That would have made this easier, but yeah, so that means I need to put my 3rd memory. Oh my gosh, my memories are filling up fast. Yeah, this is already wait, hold on, let me triple check. Let's go back. I almost said let's scroll back. Bro is so computer pilled. Okay, memories are made of experience. You're allowed 5 memories. Older memories are lost when new experiences occur and you have no place to put them. If you filled out all 5 memories, then you need to start a new one, then strike one out. Yeah, by theme or a component. Whenever a new experience doesn't fit into an existing memory, then you have to make a new one. And then, okay, yeah, no, that's, okay. So that is what I thought. So if I have an experience that doesn't fit into anything I have already, I'm gonna have to explode another one. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to choose which one I explode. So I was just thinking, because I was like, oh fuck, memory 5 is filled, and I'm about to fill memory 4 right now. If I make anything else that goes into 4 or 5, I'm gonna have to explode one of them. That sucks. So let's hope that the next prompt I land on... Well, you know what? It says cede control to the game. I'm just gonna have to take the L and acknowledge that I'm gonna have to forget things. I don't know. I don't know why I'm so like against losing things, but I need to be. I need to allow myself to lose, and it's okay. So, yeah, let's fill memory 4 up. All of that, all of my little rant to say is let's just fill up memory 4 and accept that it's an L. Bro's noggin is dangerously close to encumbered. Oh yeah, it's encumbered as fuck because I'm not gonna be able to remember all of this. So, memory 4 is the seller. So, and then I'm gonna create a skill based on a memory. So it says, you reinvent your existence around the seclusion of your hiding place. You begin to work in an artful way, changing your living environment. How do you come to appreciate beauty or craft in a new way? So what do I take up in the cellar? Wine tasting. I think it would be cool. Like, okay, so new skill, wine tasting. I gain a new skill of I can, what is it? This is so sick, isn't it? Yeah, since I spend all my time in the cellar, I'm able to denote like which wine is which. I can tell how much it's aged. Without looking at the label, I would be able to tell you what year they started aging it and stuff, and like what like little notes are like in it. I could be like, oh, it was made from this and da-da-da, all that stuff. I guess wine tasting is an art in its own way and all that stuff. I mean, if you're down there, you might as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not hungry. Like, food has no like nutritional value for me anymore or whatever and all that stuff. And like, what is it? Wine isn't appetizing for me, but I could be able to tell you about it. But maybe it also makes me sick. Mayhaps. Who knows? We don't know. Yeah, we become a sommelier. Yeah, literally. So, my seclusion within the cellar brings me to try out all of the fine wine stored there. And as time goes on, I develop a tongue which can discern wines. Yeah, let's just say that. I know the huge detail of it, but I don't want to write like paragraphs upon paragraphs, like, oh, and then I da-da-da, all that stuff. Especially when we're supposed to summarize it within one sentence. So, I develop a tongue for distinguishing flavor and the age. There we go. I develop a tongue which can discern the finest of paychecks. Hello, Jockey. Hello, Jockey. Thank you for the $2 paycheck. Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's put our little thing, and then now it is time to roll again for the next prompt. Hello. Let's roll for the next. Please give me a positive number, please. Yes! Wait, aren't we already on 2? Hold on. Aren't we already on 2? We are. Oh my gosh, I've been on 2. Wait, no. No, it's 2. No, I move forward 2. Okay, I'm dead. No, it's supposed to be like if it cancels out, if it PEMDAS, then you stay on the same one. No. Okay, we go forward 2 prompts. Okay. You are exposed and flee to a neighboring region. Lose any stationary resources. Oh, fuck. Okay, check a skill. Immortal flees with you. What new name do you adopt amongst these strangers? Okay, so Immortal flees with me. You already know who it is, my girl Meredith. Okay, so Meredith is coming with me. That's 100% for sure, because she's the only one who's been supporting me, because my dad hasn't even checked on where I've gone. But you're exposed. Let's say my father is the one that discovers me. No, the wine cellar. I know we lose. Actually, it says you lose any stationary resources. So, what is it? I lose my land. I lose my land and I lose the cellar. Yeah. So, and Meredith is coming with me. So, where does this fall? Let's see. 1, 2. Oh shit. Wait, no, it can fall under memory too. It can fall. Guys, we're saved. It falls under memory too because in my youth, my father used to teach me swordplay. And in the vast field of flowers, as I gazed upon the land, I one day realized that it would be mine. Hell yes. So I lose that land. That's the perfect fucking prompt to put. I have to flee. Fuck yes. I was gonna be so upset if I had to shove it in 4 or 5 and then I would have to explode. I would have to explode 4 or 5. So. Yes, let's go. Okay, so, why is bro memory maxing? Okay, you're not wrong. I'm gamifying it a little bit, and I shouldn't as much. But I'm very happy that I'm not. Okay, so let's check a skill. Let's check a skill. Like, this kind of feels like when you talked about managing your inventory. Okay, true. So I have to lose a skill. But what skill would make sense to lose in this situation? Because we have... Wait. Losing my persuasion in this situation would work well because it obviously didn't fucking work. My persuasion clearly didn't work because I had to flee. So let's just check that and we just lose it. I just can't. I failed the fucking persuasion check and now it's gone. So we'll check that off. Because I do want to keep my swordplay. No. Uncheck that. I lied. Guys, we have bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty would make sense to lose because I got caught. Yes. Why else would I get caught and shown that I'm a vampire unless I have my bloodthirsty skill and I'm like, oh, yeah, I gotta fucking feed on something. Yes, so I'm discovered. So yes, memory 2. I'm discovered by my father. But what led him, couldn't lose it in time to save my, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. I'm discovered by my father. I'm discovered by my father, after he tails Meredith down to the cellar. Oh my gosh. After he tails... And she doesn't know. She doesn't know she's being followed. Because here's the thing. Meredith has been my aide in this, right? You know, she gave me the animal blood, all that stuff. She's been sneaking down to the cellar an abnormal amount of times to check on me to the fact that it's gotten my father suspicious. So he follows her down there, and that's how I get exposed. Yes, it's all coming together. Tells Meredith down to the cellar. And let's see. And you flee to a neighboring region. Okay, let's see. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? Let's see where, which makes sense why they'd both flee. Yeah, Immortal comes with you. Yeah, if she's been helping me out. Exactly. Let's see. let's look at a map and let's find what's close to Nice, because I don't remember off rip. Okay, so we have Nice. Oh, we could go to Cannes or Monaco, because that's still along the... Let's go to Monaco, because it's not that far. And I don't think word would spread that fast. At least I would hope not. Or Cannes. Okay, let's go to Cannes. Fuck it. Okay. Where was I? Memory number 2. After he tails Meredith down to the cellar, we flee to a neighboring region. Haynes. Okay, what name do we... Man, do these pigeons fly kind of fast? Fuck. What name do we take? Because, you know, I'm Sylvain A. Dupont. What name do I want to... And I want to be... I'll probably want to only be referred to by just first name, because now I have to disown... Oh, wait. I didn't cross out my my resources. I lost my land, and I lost my cellar. Okay. Amer and Keynes. And what name does Meredith go? I undertake the name... What name do I... Let's go Sylvie. I undertake the name Sylvie. And Meredith goes by... Oh, fuck! And Meredith goes by Iris, which was my mother's name. Because she was always a mother to me. And we both missed her. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah, and Meredith goes by Iris after my late mother. I'm gonna jump after my late... Okay. Sick. Not sick. This is like twist the knife more. I'm sorry, my bad. Okay. So, yes, I lost a skill and I lost all my resources, and then I changed my name. So, I was going by Sylvie because I couldn't come up with anything else on the spot. So, I'm sorry about that. Let's see where the next prompt takes us. Okay, 3 minus 1, 2 forward. So, prompt number 6. A mortal character begins serving you. Who are they, and why are they drawn to you? Create a new mortal character. Ooh! Another mortal character joins me and serves me. So now I have Meredith, who's already with me and still serves me. But now I have another one. And let's see where that would fit. It would fit in the first memory of who I am. Wait, you know what? I just realized us fleeing could have also fit in the first memory as well, because I undertook a new name. Because my first memory is who I am, and I could have put I am now Sylvie, which would be here. But I guess it'll... mortal character begins serving you. Why are they drawn to you? Where else would this fit? My memory number 3, 4, and 5. Actually, okay, now let's move that. Let's move the who am I now. Let's move that to prompt number 1. Okay, yeah, this let's see, where did I write that? Yeah, let's move this to prompt 1. 1 slut 2. Yeah, that fits better because I've changed my name and I went somewhere else. Yes. Have a good night, Cricket. Thank you so much for hanging out. Also, I'm sorry I keep bumping my mic, everyone. Let me move everything over a little bit so I can stop hitting that, because I don't know how it sounds for you guys, but I'm really sorry about that. It's the book keeps hitting it. So yeah, we'll move memory. Yeah, this goes to number 1. But even if I move it to memory number 1, it doesn't work because it doesn't fit. I mean, the new one. Oh, fuck. The new one, a mortal character begins serving you. Who are they? Why are they drawn to you? The problem is, I can't think of where else that would fit in my other memories. You know what? Actually, no, it would fit under memory too. Even if I move, okay, so I move this 1 to 1, so the one from there is moved. This still works because I'm talking about what was granted to me when I was younger, and having like a new servant also kind of fits what was granted to me if we're finding like an overlapping theme. I haven't heard the mic taps. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Because I feel like I've been bumping the shit out of it 80 times. Okay, so memory. What memory is this? Memory number 2. Memory 2 continued. So this would be the second in number 2, so I can just keep it straight, because then that means I have one left. So mortal character begins serving me. So they need to go under my character list. Mortal. And what should we name them? It'll probably be a guy and stuff, because I don't want to just have a full what is it? I don't only want to have like ladies in waitings or housemaids and stuff, because I feel like that'd be unfair. So let's think of who would be my butler, essentially my butler in this case. Well, you know what, the butler has to be named Alfred. Let's just do Alfred, because that's the first name that pops into my head when I think of a butler. Okay, so what is it? One of my retainers, I guess. Retainer. Humble and what other defining traits? Let's say he's humble and kind, but you know, I've said a lot of people are kind, but he's very warm-hearted. Okay. Memory number 2. We come across a man named Alfred who is in need. Okay, yeah. We come across a man named Alfred. Who says, I remind him of his late son. And in his infinite kindness, he decides to accompany us. Like, this character serves me, but I feel bad. I don't want to say that, like, they're entirely a servant. Not that I think of, I don't believe Meredith to be that way either and stuff, but I will just say that he's drawn to me because I remind him of his late son and he wants to accompany us. I mean, we'll say he's an older man, so he can't find yeah, he's an older man who is in need of work because no one wants to hire him. He decides to accompany us. M dash, so we can extend this. He is an older man in dire need of work. So we allow him to. Let's change that to, yeah. I'll say he's an older man. Let's erase that. He is a older man in dire need of work. So we allow him. Yeah, we allow him, not that he wants to accompany us. We allow him to accompany us. Okay, sick. Now we shall roll again as I run out of space for memories. That was my second memory under 2. So I'm only allowed one more under 2, and then I believe the rest are full. Except for one. I think all of them... Wait, no, this one was moved to... Yeah, I have 1 left in 2. 1 in 3. 4 and 5 are full. Okay, everything is full except for 1, 2, and 3. Yes, everything's full but 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Okay, move back 3. No, I lied. No, move forward 3. Sorry, I'm trolling. Move forward 3 prompts. So let's go to 9. You develop a system for feeding. What is it? What happens to those who die? Create a skill that reflects this. A system for feeding. A system for feeding. But nobody dies. Well, it says what happens to those who die, but am I killing them? Like, here's the thing. Am I a vampire that only drains enough for sustenance, or am I one that's still so freshly made that I don't know how to control myself when I get around blood? Well, it seems, based on this prompt, it seems like I can't control myself. So, what is it? Let's say I create a private establishment. Let's see where this would fall under. Before we, what memory would this fit? So ravenous, yeah, bro can't control himself, apparently. This could tie into... Wait, shouldn't that have gone to... Oh, no, that one under 2. So 2 is land. Oh, 2 is things that are mine. The tying thread between all of the things underneath 2 are things that belong to me. So let's see. Number 9. Prompt number 9. You develop a system for feeding. What is it? So things that belong to me, I will say I've come into a bit of land. We won't say how that's happened, how I've inherited that new land, right? But we'll say that I own a little tavern. Well, you know, I was a wealthy and resourceful man. Wait, what skill did I lose? I lost bloodthirsty. I still have my persuasion. I did lose that. So I've recently I own a tavern. Okay, let's say I've persuaded someone to give me their tavern, or I've gotten money, or extorted them in ways that are very not legal. But you know what? It's back in the 1800s. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, ooh, you'll give me your tavern. You know what? One skill I should have. Well, no, those were my skills pre-vampire. But if we're talking about post-vampire, some vampires have like the power to mind control. So you know what? It's not too far off. Okay. So let's say I own a tavern. Oh, but you know what? Owning a tavern makes sense as well because remember I have my wine tasting skill from years. Yes, yes. You see, you already know what I was tying it into. Yes, I have years of my. Hold on, and then maybe that ties in with my persuasion, and that's how I got the tavern, because the previous owner was so like enamored by me and my knowledge. They were like, "Holy shit, this guy knows wine. This guy knows wine." And so, yeah, I ended up becoming friends with the old tavern keep, and I've taken over. Hold on. The old tavern keeper was ill and was looking for someone who could have taken over the business. And I persuaded them and talked about my wine tasting skills, and they were like, "Oh, my goods would be in great hands." And that's how I came upon it. They were ill and they bequeathed their old tavern to me. But now I use this tavern as my own personal drinking hole. Yes, I own a tavern that I've acquired from the old tavern keep. From the old tavern keep after I displayed. Oh fuck. Hold on. Where did I put my wine skills? It's number 4. This one can technically count. This one can technically count for this one. But if I had double checked, I would have put it in 4. I would have put it in 4, but 4 is full, and I don't want to do that. So, that I've acquired from the old tavern keep after I displayed my wealth of knowledge regarding wine. Regarding wine. Semicolon, because that's I can't finish the sentence yet. Oh, it says you don't. I remembered from earlier. It says you don't have to answer every part of the prompt if it's unnatural. I don't think I would get to a point where I would just be feeding to kill people and stuff. I feel like I would know after feeding after a while how much it takes to kill someone. I think seeing my mother was enough for me to have like some reservations about completely siphoning the life force from every human. So, it is at this tavern where I have a few patrons that prefer to be the drink. Hold on. Going back to his witty little thorn in the side, I think that would be very, very funny. As that's what he writes in. Oh my gosh. It is at this tavern that I serve patrons who prefer to be the drink. Oh my gosh. This is so corny. The drink. That is how I sustain my that is how I stave off my cravings. Yeah, that is how I stave off my cravings. Yes, sir. and create a skill that reflects this. Corny can be fun. It can. It's very fun. Skill that reflects this. Blood drinking. I mean, that's not really a skill though. What is it? Let's call it measured hunger. Because I'm smart enough to know how much I can siphon before it gets too bad, and I can go longer periods without eating because I know how to save what I have in the tank. Yeah, measured hunger sounds, and it sounds sick. Hollow purple. Okay, let me move that. So that's on number 9. Let's see. So 1. Okay, I just move 1 forward. The stars pinwheel above you at night. The seasons are a blur. You are as an automaton, unconscious of the passage of decades. A century passes. Strike out a memory. Strike out all mortal characters. Meredith, Alfred, my dad, fucking everybody? Oh my god. Strike out all mortal characters in a memory. Okay. Yep. Oh, I forgot to strike out my mom earlier. Oops. So, yeah, she's dead. Alfred's dead. Dad's dead. What is it? Hold on, let me strike out all of that. Fuck, Meredith, bro. Everybody keeps dying. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I literally have only 1 character left, and that's Lady Agatha. And I haven't even seen her in 80 million years. And then strike out a memory. What memory do I want to keep, though? A century passes. I think I strike out memory number 1. And to give you a refresher on what memory number 1 is. Okay. I'm Sylvain A. Dupont, born and raised in Nice, France, in 1801, lord of a modest amount of land, and son to Sullivan and Iris Dupont. And considering that they've been dead for however long, I probably don't remember them if we're being realistic. Yeah, I am discovered by my father after he trails Meredith down to the cellar. We flee to the neighboring region, Canes. I undertake the name Sylvie, and Meredith goes by Iris after my late mother. And considering that I would lose my memories, striking out 1 makes sense, because now I've forgotten about my mother and my father. So yes, we lose memory number 1. I forget who I am. So, and I probably go by a different name now, so goodbye to memory number 1. Memories can come back, so I'm not completely... Yeah, you don't even remember your old name. I don't remember my old name. I don't remember my parents. And I don't remember how I was discovered after I had turned. I'm actually really glad I moved the second prompt where I had that new name. I'm glad that I've put that all there, because now I've lost that. So now I don't remember that I was Sylvain or Sylvie, or that we fled all the way to Canes. Fuck. That's so sad. But now I have to create a new memory. I mean, yes, I have to make a new memory, but now I have to make new experiences. So we'll put this back to memory 1 on this page. Also, hold on. Let me, so you guys can see, because you can't see it that well from afar. But this is how much we've lost. We've lost so many people. These are all the characters. I'm actually kind of sad about this. I'm sad about losing, honestly, I'm really sad about losing Alfred and Meredith, to be honest. But yeah, that's all the first page and all the memories of the first page. So yeah, now we make a new. Hi Veo, hello. Yeah, now we make memory 1 and then experience 1 under memory 1. Memory 1. A century has passed. A century has passed. I no longer remember those I traveled with. Nor the people who brought me into this world. Yeah. Nor the people that brought me into this world. This sucks. Brought me into this world. After Meredith escaped your father, I thought she'd be going well, I didn't, you know what? She's also very old, if you remember, so she wasn't gonna have very long to spend with me, but I still feel very bad about that. Those who traveled with me, nor the people that brought me into this world. What I used to be and who I am now must be vastly different. But, who I used to be is recorded nowhere. Used to be. Considering I lost that memory, is recorded nowhere. Who I am now. Who I am now. Because I'm not Sylvain, I'm not Sylvie. What name? Okay, considering that he can't remember. Oh, fuck. This is gonna be evil. I'm gonna let you know. He can't remember his mother or his father or anyone, right? But what if he's like, the name I've taken to calling myself now. Name I've taken to calling myself now is Alfred because it's one of the names I can remember. And then that's the old guy that served. Oh, I feel evil. I feel evil. I feel evil. I'm melting. Like he just keeps taking the names of like people he like doesn't quite remember but doesn't quite lose, but like, oh my gosh. It's funny because Sylvain's yeah. Like, I was close. I was gonna name him after his father and stuff. Wait. Okay, hold on. Naming him after his father would kind of be better. Like, I do like Alfred, though. But he remembers that name, but he doesn't remember, like, why. He doesn't remember why he's drawn to that name, but it's from, like, scorning his father that he remembers that. Fuck. That might be worse. Him taking his father's name might be worse. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Who I used to be is recorded nowhere. But who I am now. Who I am now. Who I am now is Sullivan. A name that has persisted. That has persisted despite my failing memory. Oh, fuck. Because he doesn't know it's his dad, though. Despite my failing memory. And this works out because since he lost his, I'm the son of so-and-so, and all of them have died, then it would make sense that he doesn't remember that Sullivan happened to be his father and stuff, but he's like, it's a name that seems very familiar to me. I don't know why, and that's why I chose it. Fuck. Okay, yeah, that's evil as shit. I feel awesome. These prompts are so awesome, dude. These prompts are awesome and sick. Okay. Let's see where we land next. Okay, 5 minus 3. We go 2 forward. Okay, now I'm actually getting good rolls that are actually moving us. I mean, I'm okay with going backwards. It would just be, like, nice if it was something I could... Okay, 2 forward. New laws or social mores make it harder for you to hide among the populace. How are you nearly caught and destroyed? Check a skill, create a mortal criminal who assists you. Oh, okay. Yay, now I have another mortal friend. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of lonely after everybody fucking died a century ago, so this is sick. New laws or social mores make it harder for you to hide amongst the populace. Okay, so it says that sometimes you jump forward, sometimes you go back. Let me try to think, because if we're talking about, okay, if we're hopping back 1800s France, what is it? Well, it depends. It depends on who Sullivan is hanging out with in these social circles, because if I remember correctly, there was this thing called, well, the word now is outdated, so I will not repeat it, but there were these certain places called houses where they would, lock up men who they believed to be homosexual and all that, right? And if he only fraternizes, he's an unmarried older man. If you think about it, he was turned when he's like at marriable age, right? And he doesn't have any kids, and he doesn't have a wife. And normally, back in the day, that was suspicious as fuck and stuff. So it would make it harder for him to move around, wouldn't it? Depending on who he's fraternizing with and all that. And depending on who he's siphoning blood from. Because we never specified who he's drinking from at these, like, taverns. But wouldn't it be more suspicious? In this case, but that would make it definitely harder, because there was a huge crackdown around like the 1800s and stuff in particular about this, that they would plant what is it, like, not police stations per se, but like they would have like certain like places placed, they would have like policemen like stationed around like these certain places, and it more so denoted that these were like the kinds of places where those kinds of men could fraternize or whatever. But I believe that would make it way harder for him to like move in secrecy and all of that stuff, because he would be marked as suspicious. But also that makes sense, because if he had a criminal to help him and stuff, it would make way more sense, because it was criminalized back during this time period. So let's see what that character... Okay, so that'll be a very important facet of the character that helps him and stuff. A wrongly arrested gay man, but what would his name be? I have to think about what would his name be. That's the hardest... What's frying me? The hardest part of this is coming up with names. Okay, let's just fucking open a tab that says, like, French names. Okay, hold on. French names. This is frying me out. Like, every time I have to turn... Oh, fuck. What name? Oh, wait. Where would this memory go? Hold on. Let's see. So, memory 2 is filled. Fuck. It would fit under memory 2, because if it goes back to the tavern, we could say, like, my tavern has been cracked down under suspicions of there being homosexual activity. I think it's really funny that my gay vampire is getting exploded. What is it? Well, okay, for context, in this particular case, I would say that Sullivan he's bisexual vampire. He's a little bisexual vampire. So the problem would be, they crack down on his tavern and they're like, there's gay activity going on in here. True. But unfortunate. But also, that's the only way I could find a way to tie this in that would make sense for this time period. But there's another problem. The tavern is in memory 2, and memory 2's full. So that means I have to explode another memory. Fuck. Your vampire can't catch a break. Everyone he knows dies, and then the cops bust. I know. I have to make a new fucking memory. Wait, hold on. If we're gonna be real... Huh. Hold on. Fuck. What do I explode? No, memory 1's gone. Memory 5. Wait, hold on. It would fit in memory 2, but I can explode memory 5. Yeah, let's explode memory 5, which is how I turned into a vampire. Yeah, and it's also how I like killed it. Yeah, memory 5's gone. And then this will have to go, this will have to become new memory 5. So let's explode that. Why do I keep saying let's explode this? Like he's has access to gunpowder right now, and he's like, let's kill it. Okay, so memory 5, cross it out. Yeah, he won't remember how he came this way. Yeah, I mean, then you also have to think about how much time has passed. But well, I would say this is in between the centuries and centuries have passed kind of thing, and it's been long enough that he doesn't remember. So let's make a new memory 5. And what is it? Yeah. Explode that. Yeah, I really like the memory mechanic. It's really thematic. I know! It's so good. Like, it makes sense that you would forget things after they happen 80 million years ago. Oh, wait, let me make space this time because I had the problem of running out of space under my memories. So let's do better this time and actually space them out. So, okay, that might not be enough. Memory 5. Let's double check the prompt. Okay, how are you nearly caught and destroyed? My tavern has come under suspicion of being tavern has come under suspicion for housing, well, let's say back in the day, for housing queer people. Let's see. And Sullivan would wittily say, which is true. That is true. We are gay in here. But let's see. How are you nearly caught and destroyed? But I get helped by a frequent patron. Yeah, we'll say a frequent patron who happens to be a criminal. Because they've made housing queer people. How are you nearly caught and destroyed? Yeah. But as I'm as I'm thrown behind bars. Behind bars, I befriend a man who has also wrongly been arrested. Wrongly been arrested for his, let's say, for his inclinations. If we're keeping with the time period, for his inclinations. Let's see. His name should be. Should it be? Should we be like fucking just like Jean? It's Jean. Jean. Oh my god. I was like, should I be like super stereotypical and pick like the most fucking basic French name? Yeah, Jean it is. Who's wrongly been arrested for his inclinations. John, who helps me. Yeah, I was gonna say Jacques. I was gonna say fucking Jacques. Fuck, that's so funny. Yeah, well, I was like Jacques would be funny, but like I know like fucking like 5 Jacques. So I was like, I can't do that. That's fucking funny. What is it? wrongly arrested person, Jean, who helps me escape. Well, yeah, let's say who helps me escape. And he gets thrown in there like every other fucking week. Let's just say he gets thrown in there every other week so he knows how to get out. Okay, create a skill and check a skill. Jean Valjean. Okay, shut up. I was thinking that played in my head like 20 million times. I want you to know that. But let's see. So check a skill and lose a. Okay, so check a skill, which is to lose it, and then create a skill. So let's see. What skill do I lose? Let's say persuasion. Okay, persuasion would be good to lose here because I tried to convince them to not shut down my bar, not shut down my tavern, and they did. So I got fucked anyway, but now I have to make a new skill. So let's see. Skill is like let's say escape, like something that ties to escape, like I have the ability to break out of constraints. Yeah. Yeah, can break out of constraints. There's probably a way more concise way to say this, but I'm just gonna say that. Sick. That's my new skill. Now, yeah, turn into mist. Oh, turn into mist is way cooler. Fuck yes. Okay, yes. I get out of the handcuffs by turning into mist. Holy cook, brother. Holy cook. And that makes sense. Okay, yeah. That tie into like the kind of like the more baddie side. Turn into. Yeah, I like the more being like more mythological creature than like, yeah, the more you go through, the more vampire you become. Oh my gosh, I unlock skills. Like I go through fucking skill checks by the more sadness I have to deal with, the fucking more powerful I lock in. Let's see what we have next. Okay, 3 and 3. So that's a 0. So I stay on the same one. I stay on the same prompt. Working across generations, you change the laws of society to your advantage. How do you bend leaders to your will? What do you change? Create a resource. Ooh! You change the laws of society to your. Okay, how do you? You're allowed to be gay. My first proclamation, as Sullivan is that everyone's allowed to be gay. But how do you bend leaders to your will? I thrall them. Yeah, I can thrall people. But, you know, considering I lost my persuasion, do I also lose my thrall? Now that I think about it. But how do I bend... It says create a resource, but it doesn't say... Are you gonna tell them being created crime? Yeah, Well, that will fall under... that'll fall under memory 5. Yeah, how do you bend leaders to your will? I'd say I've become plenty rich, and I do in corruption. Yeah. I've amassed a great deal of wealth. And with wealth comes unshakable power. Yeah, he becomes a little corrupt, but he's like a gay Robin Hood. So like sick, nasty, and awesome. I've amassed a great deal of wealth, and with wealth comes unshakable power. Politicians heed my every word. Every word. What is it? Yeah, they heed my every word. I am able to move unhindered. Yeah. I am able to move and do as I please. Yeah, let's say, and do as I please unhindered. Fuck yes. Okay, so new resource. New resource is a significant amount of wealth. How did I gain that? Not in great ways. Amount of wealth. It'll really suck when I have to give up a resource and it's my significant amount of wealth. Okay. So that's under memory 5. Now let's move on to man, it would really suck if I lose all my money. Okay, 4 minus 0. Move forward 4. So on to number 16. Some mortals have banded together to hunt you, well armed and wise to your tricks. How do you defeat or evade them? Create a mortal hunter related to one of your checked skills. Check a skill. Oh, shit. I got a hunter on my back? Dude, why does everybody want me? Why does everybody want Sullivan? Okay, so some mortals, and I'll have to put that under. Yeah, we're making a nemesis. Let's see. What would that tie into? Let's check our memories. Memory 2, in my youth, my father. No. Memory 5 is a reminder of what could have been. I mourn. This is more so like, memory 5 is more so mourning. Memory 4 is also full, so I couldn't put it there anyway. Memory 2 is full. Okay, wise to your tricks and wise to you. I would say this could fit under memory 1. So let's make a new slot under memory 1. Because memory 1 is who I am now. And since I've become, honestly, okay, this makes sense. Hold on. Mortals banding together to hunt you, well armed and wise to your tricks. If they're trying to hunt me, wouldn't they know? Like, I mean, considering that I literally just wrote a sentence talking about how I'm essentially a corrupt politician. There's not going to be people who are going to agree with my methods or what I'm doing. And honestly, if I'm paying politicians under the table and I'm like, yes, we should pass this legislature and we should be allowed to do this and that, of course not everybody's going to be happy with that. Especially considering that not too long ago, a lot of the stuff that I made legal was illegal. So there's going to be people who are like, we got to kill this guy. So that makes sense. Also, it's kind of crazy how even though these prompts are very spread out, that they still tie into each other, like overarching. It's honestly kind of crazy. Oh my gosh, did you start the French Revolution? Wait, that would be really funny if I'm inadvertently, like, with all the things I'm like changing. Yeah, that would make sense. Like, you jest, but it would kind of make sense if we were to rewrite history in a way. Sorry, little water break. I've been talking so much. Oh yeah, you guys can see the water bottle that I'm always drinking out of. Isn't it cute as fuck? Man, this water bottle's kawaii as fuck. Yeah, oh my god, cute. Yeah, it is. I love this shit. Always drink water, guys. Stay hydrated. Okay, so... Let's think. Who's trying to... Okay, how do you defeat or evade them? Okay, how do you... Okay, well, this works out, actually, because it says check a skill. And... Fuck! It's gone! It's gone. I was gonna say bloodthirsty. I could just, like, kill them all that way, but I could get rid of my swordplay. Yeah, I get rid of my swordplay, and I kill them all by the sword. Excuse me. I've been on the run from a cloaked group of vampire hunters. Okay, of vampire hunters. My muscle memory. My muscle memory. Fuck, this ties in the prompt 1 because if I say my muscle memory of what is it? Of wielding a sword helps me greatly, but I said I don't remember like anything in my past, so I can't remember who taught me how to wield it. Because that memory's gone. Fuck! That's crazy. This is, oh my god, this is so awesome. This is so awesome. Our 2 different reactions, that's so sad. Me, this is so awesome. Yeah, my muscle memory of wielding a sword aids me in dispatching them. Although, wait, let's see. Oh, let's see. Although, one flees. Wait. One escapes my grasp. One escapes my grasp. And what will we name him? Let's see. Oh, the one that evades me? We'll name him Lucian, which means light. Oh, the one hunter that evades me that I'm unable to kill is one named Light. Holy cook. Yeah. Holy firing, what the fuck is this? Okay, so he'll go under my mortal characters. Okay, mortal. Lucian. Vampire hunter. Yeah. Let's see, what is it? And related to one of your checked skills. Oh wait, I did check a skill. I checked my swordplay. And then, let's see. And related to one of your... Oh, it has to be related to one of your checked skills. Oh, yeah. So, it has to be related to one that's already checked. Let's see. Let's say, yeah, bloodthirsty. That's perfect. Yeah. Him being tied to being a bloodthirsty, like, hunter. Fuck yes. This works out perfectly. Sick. Okay. Let's see our next prompt. Now we're in enough that, like, if I go backwards, it's not going to be the end of the world. Oh, I stay on the same prompt. Okay, well, that's funny. The hunters are persistent, capable, and well-informed. They know things about you that you don't. Create a mark that is revealed in a confrontation. You are driven into hiding in an unpeopled wasteland. Lose any stationary resources. Learn a new skill related to this desolate region. What new name comes to you in the loneliness? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is diabolical. This is diabolical. I have to change. This is the 4th name change, guys. We're the 4th name change. My evil ass. Maybe I should name myself Iris. The name that comes to me when I'm alone. And, oh fuck. Me just, oh my god, this is evil as fuck. I'm not doing that. I won't do that. That'll be so evil. I'm not doing that. We already named Meredith after Iris once. We can't do it again. I can't. This game's trying to traumatize. Yeah. This will also go in memory 1. This fits because I just also put the vampire hunters there. Guys, we've written so much. Yeah. We've written a lot. This whole story right here. Okay, so experience number 3, memory 1. So create a mark that is And remember, a mark is something that is, what is it? That shows that you're not human. So something that would have to show up in the confrontation. What about, like, as I tried to escape them, huge wings sprout from my back. And I didn't know that I could sprout wings. I think this would be sick. Yeah, so let's put, yeah, and this also ties in. Hold on. This also ties into... Ta-da! I do have wings. I do have these huge bat wings that I've prepared specifically for this situation. So you can imagine, as I try to flee, these huge white wings sprout from my back. They're little bat wings, and they aid me in my escape. So we'll put for our mark, white bat wings. Yeah. White bat wings. Yeah, honestly, this whole presentation is so sick. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Add foresight to one of his abilities. Speaking of which, oh, thank you for saying that. Let's take a little break. I will go like use the restroom and stretch my legs and all that. But I will be right back so you can enjoy the BRB music and the BRB screen and the stinger and everything. So. Hi, sorry, I hope I wasn't gone too. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, everybody. It is way harder to maneuver in this shirt than you would think. It is way harder than you think. I had the time of my life just now. So I'm trying to move it because what is it? Other than these sleeves being like really long, it doesn't seem like it because when I'm sitting down, like you can actually see my hands, but when I'm standing up, it swallows my hands completely and stuff. And so like like I have to keep going like like whatever I need to like do something because they're so big. But yes, let's continue from where we left off. Yes. The those persistent hunters. I have a hoodie like that and I love it. Yeah, it's sick. It's sick nasty, except for when you have to like use the restroom and it gets everywhere. Yeah. So we're saying that this is memory 3. So, oh yes, we made the mark. And then we're driven into hiding in an unpeopled wasteland. So hold on, lose any stationary resources. So let's see what we have that's stationary. No, so we still have the key, we still have the vial, we still have the love letter. Fuck, I guess, I mean, I could say lose my significant amount of wealth. I would say, because I would have to stay in some kind of bank. I would not have that on me. I would not have 80 million. So we'll lose my significant amount of wealth. I think it's really funny that genuinely like 20 minutes earlier I said, man, I sure hope I don't lose my significant amount of wealth. Guy goes to the lose significant amount of wealth factory. Fuck. Okay, so yeah, my money's gone. We're back to being broke as fuck. So it is what it is. So, what is it? 3. I unveil my white wings as I try to escape the hunters. My wings carry me further and further still until I no longer see civilization, basically. Carry me further and further still until I happen upon, I happen upon a barren wasteland. Okay. I happen upon a barren wasteland, and then what new name comes to you in the... Oh wait, I lost my... Okay, I learned a new skill that's related to... thing. Let's see. So I have measured hunger, which is... I remember that's like I only siphon as much as I need. But I'll have... what is it? Let's see, I learned patience. Yeah, let's say I learned patience because I'm alone and there's nothing to subsist off of. Yeah, let's say that I learned that I can go longer periods without eating than I thought. Because I've spent years of being fed and all that before, when I was in the cellar for weeks on end and I lost myself to hunger. I was a baby vampire then. And plus, as vampires age, they normally tend to, not given to their desires that badly. So I believe by then I would learn that I can survive longer than I thought I might have. So yes. So what name comes to you in the loneliness? Barren wasteland. I take on a new name for myself. A new name for myself. Something, a name that can, I'm in a barren wasteland. It's dark. Let's see. I have a name. I actually, I have a good one, actually. Let me triple check that it's, oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is gonna be great. Let's say that my new name, let's say my new name is Estelle, which would be star, because that's all I see in the sky. Vampire name related to light. Oh, this is so diabolical. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I look up to the sky and that's all I can see. And so that's what I decide I'll name myself. Yeah. Yeah, so light versus the star. Yeah, the guy who's hunting me down is light. But my new name, I name myself after the stars I see in the sky. Okay, let's see what we get next. Another double? Dude, what? No freaking way. Okay, so we stay on this. We've landed on the same prompt 3 times in a row. If I get it one more time, it says just go roll for the next. So, let's see. Returning to civilization. Oh, fuck. So we're back right after that. Returning to civilization, you wreak a terrible vengeance upon the hapless descendants of your harassers. Songs will be sung of their suffering for thousands of years. Historians will use it as a benchmark for evil. Oh, shit. Create a mortal character that was innocent and good until you exacted your toll. Do not actually write down what acts you committed against these people. Oh, shit. Create a moral character that was innocent and good until you exacted your toll. So, oh my god. Hold on. I think I have the perfect, hold on. What time was this? No, that won't work. Wait, what time? Oh, fuck. If only I was born a few years earlier, this could have been so good. This could have been so good. Oh, fuck. I was like, you know what would be really interesting? If it was like, someone who's innocent and good until you exacted your, it would have been so funny if I like exacted like my evilness upon a royal lineage, and then one of the kings became corrupt because of what I had done. Like they were the descendants of the hunters actually ended up becoming like part of like a royal family or something. And then you know what, this could still work. That doesn't have to like historically be like an actual like royal family, but like I think it would really be funny if the vampire hunters actually, from their deeds, you know, gained enough money and wealth to create their own like power vacuum, and then their descendants all are like nobles, and I exact like my revenge upon those nobles, but then it leads me to being an outcast. So yeah, let's do that. Let's say that this mortal character, which I'm about to create, that I've corrupted essentially. So let's go back to our characters. I'm running out of room on this page. Yeah, that would make sense since vampires they killed would probably be the former ruling class. They'd take over. Yeah, so I'm like a new mortal. Let's say, let's say Duke Louis. Duke Louis. Me tickling myself silly about this this little factoid. Okay, so yeah, Duke Louis, he's now evil and corrupted after I've exacted my evil revenge, and now they use that as a benchmark for very evil doings and things you should not do. After it says, do not write what terrible things you did. It could be any, yeah. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a very particular one that may come to mind when I say this. That's right. Formerly good. Not good anymore. Okay. What is it? So, what memory will this fit in? It would fit in memory 1, but there's no space. It would fit in memory 1, but it would not. There's no space. Hold on, let me see. It's a tavern that, fuck. I think I have to explode memory 1. It's either I have to explode that or I would rather explode memories that are full so that I can make space for other ones, even though I have, like, 2 memories that have not had anything filled. That's the problem. Because, yeah, no, memory 2's full. The only memory that hasn't gotten filled at all is memory 3. And memory 3 is me, like, mourning what I used to have. So, like, I think if I had any other memories that tend to be like, man, I wish I could eat again, or I wish I could da-da-da, it would fit perfectly in there, but I don't have any. So, and memory 1 is where I just got my new name and stuff. But I don't think me forgetting about the origin of why I named myself would matter. Yeah. But returning to civilization. Actually, let me keep that memory. I need to keep memory 1 right now for continuity. So I'll just have to work it into a new one. But that new one has to have a theme. It says don't overthink. So let's just stop overthinking and let me just destroy another one. So I'll destroy memory 2. And if you need a refresher on what memory 2 is. In my youth, my father used to teach me swordplay in the vast field of flowers, and as I gazed upon the land, I one day realized it would be mine. We come across a man named Alfred, who says I remind him of his son. He's an older man in dire need of work, so we allow him to accompany us. I own a tavern that I've acquired from the old tavern keep after I displayed my wealth of knowledge regarding wine. It is at this tavern that I serve patrons who prefer to be the drink. That is how I stave off my cravings. So, yeah. Also, memory 2 was a little bit weak. Anyway, so good riddance. But also, I was trying to be way more concise because I was like, I can't keep writing these, like, really lengthy, flowery things, or else we will be here all night. I mean, you might prefer that. You might prefer to be here all night. But let's make a new memory, too. So let's cross all that out. Hopefully I can still read this even though it's crossed out. Because it says memories can come back, but we don't know how. Yeah. That was good character development. It was. But we are sorely running out of space. We are sorely running out of space. But you know what? Maybe wait, did I lose my wine tasting skill? I didn't. I still got that shit. So we could always open another tavern and make more money, baby. Yeah. Yeah, but also losing it was good character development. Yeah, losing it isn't the worst. So we'll make a new memory 2. I think I'll do it on the next page because memory 5 has 1 slot left and we're running out of space. So memory 2. Okay. And good thing I didn't knock out, yes, good thing I didn't delete memory 1, which I initially was thinking, because how else would I know that they're an offspring of Lucian? Yeah, because it says that I go back to exact my revenge on those hunters, but that's where I'd met the hunter initially, and if I'd lost that, I wouldn't know why I would be hunting them down. So good thing we kept that memory. And let's see. What is it? Years. Okay, yeah. Years have passed since Lucian and his gaggle of people since Lucian and his fellow hunters exiled me. And in that time, his spawn, we'll call them spawn because I'm not rocking with them for real. And in that time, his spawn have lived happily. Lived happily. And surrounded by wealth. Their bloodline ends with me. We'll just say that because it said do not go into gruesome detail. It says don't go into detail about what you did. So let's just say their bloodline ends with me. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna show them the business side of my knife. Okay, yes, we have killed off his spawn and it was awesome and gruesome and apparently the bench line for evil forever. So we kind of cooked. Okay, 3 minus 4, we move 1 back. Ooh. This one's interesting. Okay. While traveling, you come into conflict with another immortal. Gain a mark. Who are they? What trick did you play upon them? Create a new immortal character. So we have a new nemesis of sorts. Okay, so I gain a mark. So that means I show them that I'm immortal. But let's see. And what trick did you play upon them? You meet another immortal. Let's say, okay. Something that shows that I'm not human. We want an op or a homie? They're my op. This person's my op. And that's why I'm like, one, it would be funny if they were another vampire. Because then imagine they come upon me and they try to like drink from me, but they can't because there's nothing in the tank and stuff. So that would be funny. But oh yeah, what if the mark again is that what is it? Since it's supposed to be, it shows how you're immortal to others or whatever. He tries to drink from me, but like nothing, like no blood comes out or anything and stuff. And that shows like if I were to get like a wound inflicted upon me by like someone else and stuff, no blood would come out. So yeah, let's say no, or it could be a werewolf. Because, you know, vampires and werewolves have, you know, centuries-long beef. So imagine a werewolf tries to eviscerate me and then no blood comes out of any of my wounds. So yeah, we'll say werewolf. Just because we already have another immortal vampire character and all the other characters are mortals left, so let's just spice it up a little bit. So, immortal. And this will be werewolf. Werewolf, and what will this werewolf's name be? Let's go with Charles. Yeah, let's just go with Charles. Okay, I'm running low on names. Yeah, and then my mark will be no blood comes from my wounds. No blood comes from my wounds. Sick. Okay. And then you come into conflict with them and you gain a mark. And where would that go? Let's see. Taverns under suspicion. And then that's me paying off people. And then, what are my other memories? What is it? The letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been and what I mourn. And then, let's see. Memory 4. I hid within the wine cellar. I no longer remember who came with me in memory 1. His bloodline ends with me. Okay, well, I guess this would be conflict. Okay, so if we're thinking about what ties everything in memory 2 together, I would say it's conflict. So I'll say that the second one is also, like, because I come into conflict with this werewolf. So that's what'll be what ties the theme. So my third memory in here has to also be one of conflict. So, yeah, another mortal. A werewolf mistakes me as its meal. A werewolf mistakes me as its meal. As its meal. Well, werewolves aren't really known for their intelligence either. That's something Estelle would say. That's something he would definitely say. Mistakes me as its meal. That's pretty funny because you think a werewolf can smell that you're not human. Yeah, that's why he would be like, they're not very intelligent, which would bring him into conflict with him even more because he's a little bit of a narcissist. So, mistakes me as its meal. And oh wait, the mark I said was it realizes its folly. Well, I think in this case the werewolf is really hungry, so he didn't even give a fuck about if I was edible or not. Almost immediately. Yeah, and then he can't get a meal. I know, lots of mistakes here. Immediately after. Wait, immediately when no. Immediately when blood doesn't seep from my wounds. Yeah. Doesn't. I feel like I'm writing slower and slower. From my wounds. There we go. What trick did you play upon them? Well, I didn't. A werewolf. Oh wait, let me insert his name. Charles. And then set it off with 2 commas. As blood doesn't seep from my wounds. What trick did I play? Maybe I had the scent of a human on me before this, and in his like hunger he didn't notice. Because he was very, very hungry. Otherwise he wouldn't, I don't think he would attack humans. I think he has like some semblance of morals. Perhaps, or perhaps not. It says you don't have to answer every part of the prompt, so I will not answer the what trick did you play on them. I didn't have a trick up my sleeve. Brother was just hungry. Okay, let's see what we get next. Okay, 2 minus 1. So let's move backwards 1 prompt. Okay. An enemy character uses a lost resource to turn a few of your friends against you? Check 3 skills to regain it, or check 1 skill to barely survive. Which former friend did you kill? Where do you flee? Oh my god, I'm just fleeing 24/7. Can I not fucking get my shit together? Genuinely, the amount of times... Sorry, I'm like yelling. Genuinely, the amount of times I've freaked it. Where is there left? That's what I'm saying. Dude, you're just not getting every fucking day I'm fleeing to a new country with a new name. Okay, this time I don't have to change my name, but an enemy character uses a lost resource to turn a few of your friends against you. So let's go back through our resources because I have one. All of Europe wants you dead. Yeah, I've freaked it a fucking apparently many times. So I lost the deed to my land. I lost the deed to my land. So what if they find Anyway, character uses a loss. No, my wealth! I lost all my fucking money. That's a good one. Okay, so you go to town in the cities. There he is, get him, there's that fucking vampire. Yeah, enemy character uses a lost resource. Yeah, my fucking money. Yeah, that would make sense. To turn your friends against you, money would work. That would make sense. Because anybody would change their morals for money. Well, almost anybody. I don't think everyone would. But most people would be lying if they said that they wouldn't. So, yeah. So, check 3 skills to regain or check 1 skill to barely survive. I'm checking 1 skill. Because the game ends when you run out of resources or skills, and I'm not fucking losing 3 fucking skills for money. Are you joking? Okay, what skill do I want to lose? I'll lose my writing. I'll lose that. So, let's see. Where's this? Oh, conflict. Memory 2. Look at that. It fits right in. Where do I flee, though? Which former friend did you kill? Which former friend did you kill? Ooh, okay. So enemy character, it'll be one of Lucian's descendants. One of Lucian's descendants that I didn't get to kill. That would make sense. And plus, I did specify that Lucian's descendants were wealthy and living a fantastic life. So, one of Lucian's... Because I didn't forget who Lucian is, so I still remember this guy, because I'm still motivated by hatred. One of Lucian's descendants... what is it? Yeah, they're hunting you for sport. They're just trying to... I can't catch a break. Can a vampire catch a break? Absolutely not. Yeah, one of Lucian's descendants... turns everyone against me. Against me. The money which I had stored... no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter how they do that. We don't have to go into too much detail here. It's one sentence. Turns everyone against me. So we left the wasteland and we came back to town because where we had fled to was Cain's. So where do I flee now? Let's look at the map. What's next to Cain's? Because we're still in France. Next, because if we're talking about when I came back. Okay, so we can go to let's look at a map. Oh fuck, there's nothing for a while. Let's go to Saint Raphael. Let's flee to Saint Raphael. Okay. I flee. Which is kind of far away, but I have the bat wings, so we're so freaking back. With my life and nothing else. Yeah. So I lost a lot. Yeah, and I barely survived. We won't say which former friend did I kill, but I think that much can be insinuated by saying that it was one of Lucian's descendants. Okay. Let's see. So 5 minus 3, we move 2 forward. Oh, I've already been here. So let's roll again. Okay, we move 4 forward. Okay, so number 20. There's a great shift in the way society moves goods. How does this work to your advantage? Check a skill and create a skill based on a memory. Oh, okay, finally something positive happening to me for once. Okay, so, what is it? How will they be moving goods now? So, let's see. I'll say that, like, locomotives have come into play. But how would this relate to a memory? Let's see. So, check a skill. So, I lose a skill. Let's see. We caught a break. I know, after all the sadness. I'll say I lose my patience. Yeah, let's say I've lost my patience and I gain a new skill and it has to be based off of a memory. So if we look back to our memories, the letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been. And then, when I was 15 years old, I persuaded Meredith to give me the key to the wine cellar. I gain my persuasion back. I gain my persuasion back. And this time, I'll call it the gift of gab. That's what we have. Because I technically already checked my persuasion off, but if I name it under another name, I think that counts as a new thing we get. Which makes sense because now I can persuade people. If goods are being moved, I can be like, oh, well, you know, it'd be very convenient if we transported them this way or blah, blah, blah. So, and this ties into memory 5. I've amassed a great deal of wealth. And with this wealth, unshakable power. Perfect! This ties back into a memory that we have space for. Holy fuck. We're so back, dude. We've never been more back than this. Okay, so, yes, this works perfectly to my advantage. I just keep thinking about Cricket earlier saying, how the fuck are you memory maxing, bro? We're so freaking back. I'm so glad this works in my favor. Holy shit. Oh wait, I've been wanting to take this little piece of this journal off. Okay. So memory number 3 and memory 5. I've amassed a great deal of wealth. So, what is it? I've come into money again. I think that's a funny way to start the sentence. I've come into money again. Again. Mortals have discovered this thing called locomotives. Have discovered new greatest gambler of all time. Yeah, I've come into money again. Don't ask how. New method of transportation. Called locomotives. I've gained, let's see, from my frequent travels, and by this I mean from fleeing fucking 80 million times, I've discovered good places for trade and have sold trade secrets in exchange for cash. Yes. I think, oh wait, let me cook. from my from my many adventures, let's say, outside what is it? Outside of Cain's and Saint Raphael, I've discovered trade routes, and exchanged these secrets for wealth. Yes, sorry, Bob, we did it. We're rich again. And it's in a way that makes sense, because I've actually gone outside of where I live multiple times due to having to flee 5 freaking times, it seems. Like every other turn, it seems like I'm fleeing somewhere. So I feel like I would have a good layout of France by this point. Okay. 1 minus 7, we move 6 back. So to prompt 14. Let's see. Okay, I was here earlier. That's what I thought. So, you're born in a time and place much different than in which you find yourself now. What values must you set aside to survive in this strange world? Create an appropriate contemporary skill based on your most recent memory. What new name have you recently adopted? I was giving you so many rough rolls. No, don't worry. This will all work out. Yeah, it's all coming back. Like, the really bad rolls I've gotten earlier are actually coming back to clutch up right now. What values do you set aside to survive in this strange world? Create an appropriate contemporary skill based on your most recent memory. On my most recent memory. So my most recent memory was literally, just the, I have the tavern. I had the tavern. Okay, let's just, memory 5. That's my most recent memory and all the experiences in it. So, my tavern has come under suspicion for housing queer people as I'm thrown behind bars. I befriend a man who's been wrongly arrested for his inclinations, Jean, who helps me escape. I've amassed a great deal of wealth, and with this wealth comes unshakable power. Politicians heed my every word, and I'm able to move and do as I please unhindered. I've come into money again. I'm so sorry, but it's so funny to read that memory, and then the next line, I've come into money again. Yeah, I've come into money again. Mortals have discovered a new method of transportation called locomotives. From my many adventures outside of Cain's and Saint Raphael, I've discovered trade routes and exchanged these secrets in exchange for wealth. Yeah, I just keep falling upwards. So now that we have that, right? Now an appropriate skill based on my, let's say, a skill that's based on how I've amassed my wealth. Well, cunning would be nice, but I need something a bit more specific. What is it? Resourceful. Let's just say resourceful. I think that's a good way of, I think that's a good skill. Resourceful. I spelled that so fucking wrong. Please keep in mind, I'm tired. I'm getting tired and I can't spell. Oh my god, how did I spell that so badly? Holy shit, that's actually kind of impressive. I don't even know. What the fuck did I just write? What the fuck? Oh my god. Full. Okay, now that we have that skill, I have to make a new... What values must I put aside? Well, what values must I put aside? Wait, that fits perfectly into the memory where it's like, the letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been. Every day I mourn. Oh my gosh, perfect. So what should I put aside that, and it would fit in this? Finally, memory 3 has a purpose. It finally serves a purpose. Memory 3 has been so empty this entire time. We finally have a, okay, well, I don't have space to write there, so let's just do memory 3, number 2. Memory 3, addendum number 2. Okay. Memory 3. Okay. So, what is it? What values must you set aside? So what do I have to put behind me? Well, to be fair, let's be real. Estelle hasn't had any morals thus far. Hasn't really practiced, because if you think about it, it's like I amassed a lot of wealth and power and that worked in my, so it's like, what do I have left that I need to cast aside? Because I haven't really been the most morally, what is it? I haven't even been morally gray. I'm just morally corrupt. So, set aside to survive in this strange world. I guess I have to do a bit more bootlicking. Yeah, I guess you would have to do that, because before he wouldn't do that, but I think now he would have to be a bit more. He would have to pick and choose his battles. Yeah, morally bankrupt. Yeah, but at least you're not bankrupt anymore. Yeah, you're right. So let's say a new skill I've had to learn is the art. Okay, a new skill I've had to learn is the art of how else would I phrase this? Ever since he killed his mom, he went off the rails. Yeah, he kind of freaked it from the beginning. I've had to learn. Yeah, a new skill I've had to learn is the art of submission. Let's say the art of submission, which is not something he's proud to admit. Yeah, the art of submission and knowing when to pick your battles. Yeah, when to pick your battles. I'm not fond of it. Let that be clear. I'm not fond of it. But my old methods hold no power here. No power here. I'm not answering the last part of the prompt because it doesn't pertain to this and you don't have to. So let's do the next one. Okay. So that's a 1. We move 1 back. Generations of the same family serve you. This line starts from any living mortal character or from descendants of a dead mortal character. What bizarre rituals do they tie to their servitude? Lose a resource and create a servitors of the lineage resource. Huh. Okay. So, descendants of a dead mortal character. So, Meredith didn't have any children because she served me all her life, right? I was essentially her child. So, let's say Alfred. He said I reminded him of his late son, but what if we find that Alfred's late son actually had kids? And he didn't know about that. But then I end up connecting with him because I knew Alfred. Yes! This is awesome. Okay, this ties in so well. So, let's see what memory. Yeah, so, now where will it fit in? A new skill I've learned is the art of submission and knowing when to pick your battles. I'm not fond of it, but my old methods hold no power here. Memory 5 is full. Memory 1 is full. Wait, no, and that was memory 3. Memory 2, wait. Memory 1's full, memory 5's full, memory 2 is full. So that leaves 3, and wait, how's 4 looking? Fuck, memory 4 is full too. The only one that isn't full is 3? Okay, so memory 3 can be, if we had to summarize it, it would be learning something new. Yeah, or changing your ways. I think I have to strike out a new memory. I think I have to strike out a memory to make space because it doesn't particularly fit into any of these. Okay, so I can get rid of memory 1 because memory 1 is a century has passed and I no longer remember those I traveled with. So if I get rid of that, that technically does not cancel out that I remember Alfred. So I think I'll do that. So we'll make a new memory 1 after I strike this out. So yeah, Alfred, I totally remember you now, by the way, because I don't have an issue with my continuity. Because we destroy the issue with the continuity to serve our purposes better. So yeah, we'll do that for memory 1. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I didn't cross out the last one. Oh wait, I forgot to read you guys memory 1 before I exploded it like I normally do. So sorry about that. Let me read it now. If I can read it under the crossed lines. So let's try. A century has passed and I no longer remember those I traveled with, nor the people that brought me into this world. Who I used to be is recorded nowhere, but who I am now is Sullivan, a name that has persisted despite my failing memory. I've been on the run from a cloaked group of vampire hunters. Let's see. Oh fuck, crossing this out made this really hard. My muscle memory of wielding swords aids me in dispatching them, although one escapes my grasp, Lucian. I unveil my white wings as I try to escape the hunters. My wings carry me further and further still until I happen upon a barren wasteland. I take upon a new name for myself, Estelle. Okay, so now we go back to making a new memory 1. And let's make space for the memory 3. So memory 1. Generations of the same family serve you. This time starts from any living mortal character or from the descendants of a dead mortal character. Which bizarre rituals do they do to tie their servitude? Okay, so Alfred, let's say I happened upon descendants of Alfred's late son. And let's see. Have fun with it. I gotta go to bed for work. Have a good rest. I think I will be joining you soon, as this will probably be the last prompt, either this one or the one after this one and stuff, because I honestly expected to die way earlier. Whenever I see people's like campaigns of this, it's normally like an hour, and I'm like, how the fuck did you only get it done in an hour? And all that. This was super fun to listen and watch. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you enjoyed it. No, this is actually so much fun, and it really flexes your writing muscle, and also it's really nice because it's helping me like remember things, because my short-term memory is really bad. But as we're like going through this, I'm like, oh yeah, and then I pull from this, and then I pull from that, and all that stuff. Guys, is this showing off my intelligence? Everyone, you can no longer say, I mean, not that anybody ever is in here like, Sad, you're so stupid, but hey guys, Tuck's hair behind ear. Isn't this pretty sick? I'm just kidding. W book smarts. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do love a book. I do love a book a little bit. No, but this is way more fun than I thought. Like I've been wanting to play this for months upon months and stuff, but like holy, it's a million times better than I thought it would be. Yeah, this is very sick to listen to. Oh, that makes me so happy, dude. That like genuinely, like hearing that you guys are enjoying this like makes me so happy. It's good stuff. Really enjoy how it draws a plot for me. Yeah, this is really fun. Also, especially because I've been going through like really bad writer's block recently. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, I do indeed write and stuff, and I'm actually hoping to publish something soon, and all that. But since I've been like on the biggest freaking writer's block, which normally happens around deadlines and stuff, this has been like a really nice exercise because it's helping me a lot with getting plot moving forward and stuff within my brain. So very, very fun. Okay. I happened upon The Descendants of Alfred's Late Son. Yeah, sad book. Well, I hope so. Yeah, I do hope to actually like publish a novel at some point. I mean, I do have a pseudonym that I would have for this and stuff, but yeah, it's actually one of the things I want to work on in the future is publishing a book. So we'll see if it happens, because I've been talking about it forever. Yeah, I actually had like a novel that I was writing that was like 100-something pages and stuff, and I want to like revisit it at some point to see if I can get it published. Who knows? The idea might just be trash. Who knows? But I don't think I could write a classic though. Yeah. Descendants of Alfred's late son, who've sworn. Hold on, let me just double check if fealty's the word I'm looking for. Because I don't want to be like, oh my gosh, yes, this is the word I'm thinking of. Yes, okay, fealty is the word I'm thinking of. Yeah, who've sworn fealty to me. I was like, what if I say this and I'm like, fuck, that's not the word I wanted, loyalty or whatever. Yeah. Who have sworn fealty to me. But they are an odd bunch. An odd bunch. They offer their blood despite my insistence that I'm full. Insistence that I am full. That's their weird quirk. That's the weird quirk that I give them. Okay, so they're called servitors of the lineage, and they're my new resource. We have a lot of resources. I'm not gonna die from running out of resources, lol. Because I have so freaking many. When I said earlier that like, oh, my vampire's gonna get mega fucked, I have a lot to work off of. Yeah, servitors of the lineage. There we go. So that will conclude our session. I think 4 hours, almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Because I'm very hungry. I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely got reminded that I'm hungry, like midway. But this was so much freaking fun. You killed it. Oh, I'm so glad. I was really nervous to be. Well, okay, I'm not ending immediately. I'm probably just gonna yap at you guys for a little bit while we go over this. One, by the way, thank you so freaking much. Thank you so freaking much to the Anna that gifted me this. We would not be able to stream, would not be possible without without this being gifted to me. Thank you so much. I've wanted this campaign for like months. I've been like obsessed with like reading about it and like other people like playing it like forever. So I'm really happy that we actually all got to experience this together, because this is what I pretty much went in blind and stuff. I saw like other campaigns, but I didn't watch them. I was just like, oh, how long are people's campaigns normally? And it said like an hour to like 5 hours, and I was like, how is that possible? We're not even close to dying yet. I still have a bunch of skills and resources to go through. I won't leave this in here because I don't want to I don't lose it. But honestly, that was really fun. Yeah, that makes me so happy. Guys, I'm so glad that y'all enjoyed it. Waking up to sad stream. Good morning. Good morning. What is it? If you're transported to the world of D&D or fantasy games and you had to make a perfect character as yourself, what would you choose? Yeah, I'm being a vampire. I'm gonna be a freaking vampire. Vampires are sick. Yeah, good morning, Pyronius. Good morning. Yeah, we will definitely have another session, and we'll probably continue on from... Okay, it would be really funny if I... Fuck, guys, I kind of don't want to stop. Because, if I... Like, what if we start next time I do this again, and we go, and I die instantly? What if I go and I die instantly and then we just gotta run it back? That would re-roll if I died. I'm dead. Yeah, you gotta give... I do need more... Okay, let's just go till we die, I guess. But I don't know when I'll die. That's the problem. I don't know if I'll die. I need to die to end stream and stuff. So, fuck it, let's keep going. I was on, okay, yeah. Oh, what's that? Get back in there, buddy. Dude, okay. We go until we die, which is, I mean, you're supposed to play until you die. That's how you, being a vampire is like, yeah, no. Okay, we're not ending. I want to do this. I want to do it in one shot so that you can have, like, you can watch it all in one go. I do want it to be, like, one thing. Fuck it, guys. Let's do it. Screw, I can eat later. That's how we need to lock in. No, okay, so, yeah, fuck it, we ball. It'd be really funny if the next prompt I lose all my fucking resources and all my skills. So, yeah, so if we remember from the beginning of the game, you only die if you land on a prompt that kills you, or if you run out of resources and skills. And if you run out of resources, you can use a skill in its place. And if you run out of skills, you can use a resource in its place. If you are completely out of both, you are dead, and you have to write how you died. So, right now we have... Okay, let's triple check. Okay. For now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6. I have... Wait, no, I have 5. No, I have 5 skills. Sorry, 1 skill went into this. I have 5 skills, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 resources, so we have, like, 9 shots to, like, die. Unless I land on another prompt, like the one we had gotten earlier, which says, lose, like, 3 skills to get the resource back. I'm not doing that. Okay, so... Let's keep going. So what will stop us is either landing on a prompt that will kill us, or we lose all of our skills and resources. So 0, I stay on the same prompt and I move 1 down. Your servants are numerous, enthusiastic, and sometimes useless. Create a skill based on a memory. This skill you use to control them. Oh my god. Do I get Thrall? Please tell me I can get Thrall. Okay, let's see. What is it? That ties into a memory. Yes. Hold on, wait, this kind of cooks. Because we have the memory that's like, a new skill I've had to learn is the art of submission. And then from that skill, we can birth fucking Thrall. Guys, we learned Thrall, and now we can control other people as our subordinates. I'm adding that. Are you kidding me? So now we have more skills, guys. Thrall, fuck yes. This one's OP, so I'm keeping this in my back pocket, okay? So this goes under memory 2. You're becoming more like a vampire. I am, as time goes on. I'm a bit too enthused about learning Thrall, it seems. Okay. Yeah, so your servants are numerous, enthusiastic, and sometimes useless. So, yeah, we've gotten a skill that we use to control them. One day, when, well, how do I refer? Yeah, when one day when my servants were being a bit too, my servants were being a bit too rowdy. I quelled them with this odd power, which made I called them with this odd power, which made them go mute in order for me to clear my mind. Wait, no, which was quite convenient. Yeah, that's more in character, which was quite convenient. He's like, this is awesome. I shall call it Thrall. Fuck yes. And this kind of goes hard. Business end of my knife, brother. I'm gonna quote that like 80 times tonight. Okay. Let us roll again. Oh yeah, let me read the stuff in the memory. I happened upon the descendants of Alfred's late son who have sworn fealty to me. But they are an odd bunch. They offer their blood despite my insistence that I am full. One day, when my servants were being a bit too rowdy, I quelled them with this odd power which made them go mute, which is quite convenient. I shall call it Thrall. So, let's see. What's next? I'm not saying that out loud. I'm not saying what I just rolled out. Okay, that's a -1. That's a -1. That's so dumb. I didn't want to say it because I knew the second I said it out loud, everyone would want to be like, okay, do the hand No. This is the hand motion I'll give you. This is your number. Are you kidding? I'm not doing that shit. Are you crazy? Okay, what is it? Oh yeah, I've already done these two. What's the last one? A mortal protege outstrips you. They are smarter, crueler, and more capable than you could ever be. They lock you in a dungeon. For what purpose do they use you? Create a wicked mortal character. Oh, shit. Evil character which does things to me. They lock me in a dungeon, but what would they use me for? What purpose could a vampire serve? Oh, they use me to... Okay, hold on. If we think back to these other prompts, other things that make it hard for you to move along, and society's laws change, so it's harder for you to gain power. He uses me to kill people. He uses me to kill people he doesn't like, which in turn gains him more power. Yes, that's what... He keeps me in the dungeon, and he brings down... He starves me. That's what, because I can control, if you remember, I have the skill where I can control how much blood I siphon from people, right? But he'll starve me for ages on end on purpose so that I'm absolutely bloodthirsty and ravenous. So when he comes down to dispose of who he likes, I'm not gentle about it. Ooh. This is... Oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't stop. Holy fuck. Holy cook. I'm running out of space, though. I have no space for the... Yeah, I'll feed you to my beast. Yeah, and then And then I pop up from below there being like, hello, I'm the beast. I'm the bloodthirsty beast. Okay. Mortal character. Wicked mortal character, it says. And also my enemy. So mortal. And then notes, evil bastard, because we don't rock with him, keeps me in his dungeon. Okay, so evil mortal, and then what will we name him? Mr. Beast. Because that's what he gives. Okay, so let's think. Evil character. No, that was not supposed to be like a Mr. Beast joke. I was just gonna be like, because I'm his beast or whatever, and then I'll just call him that. But then I realized, like, after I said that, I was like, that's funny, actually. Like, that would be the name I would bestow upon him. Because it doesn't say that you have to call the mortals that you create. You don't have to call them by their name and stuff. But it would be funny if I just had him, like, listed as evil bastard, and then I, like, never call him by his actual name. But let's see. Evil wicked character. Let's name him Jacques. Because I think it would be funny. Okay. So, now where would this go? Oh, this would fit in with Memory 3 with I've learned the art of submission. But this wasn't submission easily won, per se. But it's something, I mean, he's smarter than me. Yes, this would fit under the same memory, where I've learned the art of submission and stuff, because it says he's smarter than me, and he outsmarted me. So, what is it? That evil bastard from the council. The council has me trapped within his dungeon. He starves me until I beg to be freed from my immortal coils. I beg to be freed. Like, I want him to kill my ass. My immortal. Then, when I am no more than a bloodthirsty beast. He makes me do his bidding. Fuck yes. Okay. That evil bastard from the council has me trapped within his dungeon. He starves me until I beg to be freed from my immortal coils. Then, when I'm no more than a bloodthirsty beast, he makes me do his bidding. Which is kill everybody he doesn't rock with. Okay, let's go to the next prompt. Okay, 5 minus 2, that's 3. So we go forward 3 to prompt 15. Okay. Okay, so I've already done the first one. An immortal proves to be much more than they appear. Create a skill or else lose a resource or memory. Gain a resource or skill. Okay, so I need to check a skill in order to not die. Check a skill or else lose a resource or memory. Losing an entire memory if you don't... Oh, but that's only if you don't have a skill to check. Like, when it says check a skill, you must check a skill and stuff. But if I didn't have any, then I would have to lose a resource or memory. But I do have a skill, so I have to pick which one I want to lose. Okay, we've already lost persuasion, swordplay, riding, bloodthirsty, patience. what we have left is wine tasting, measured hunger, and turning into mist. Oh, and gift of gab. Wait, and then what's that last one? Resourceful. Okay, so I'll say I've lost measured hunger. No, I could say that. No, we don't need the wine tasting. We can lose wine tasting because measured hunger actually stops us from killing people. Excluding when I'm starved, and then I can't really control whether I will kill someone or not. So, let's see. Gain a resource or skill. Oh wait, I can gain a resource or skill now. Let's see. Excuse me. Gain a resource or skill. I have a lot of skills, so I'd rather get a resource. What do I gain from it? Another immortal. Let's say, what do I come across? I'm trying to think of like every immortal I can think of under the sun. I mean, it also says you can create whatever. But I was like, what if I meet like an undead skeleton? And let's say a bone. Yeah, let's say I gain a bone from an undead skeleton. An undead skeleton. Sick. So now we run into another issue. I have no memories that this can fit into because 5 is full, 3 is full, 2 is full. How's 4 looking? 4 is full. So I'd have to lose a memory anyway. It says or lose a memory, but I'm like, I don't have space to put it. So, yeah, because the previous engagement I had with another immortal, that's already in memory too. So I have to explode memory too. Yeah. Fuck. I've lost so many memories. I don't know how... I'm genuinely wondering how Estelle's gonna end up dying now. Because he's lost... the most he's ever lost was like... I believe I had to trade 1 resource instead of trading... what is it? 3 skills. And I didn't want to do... Oh, wait. I keep doing this where I cross it out and I forget to read it out loud. Okay, we're losing memory 2. So, memory 2. Years have passed since Lucian and his fellow hunters exiled me. And in that time, his spawn here has lived happily surrounded by... Wait. Oh, surrounded by wealth. Their bloodline ends with me. A werewolf, Charles, mistakes me as its meal. It realizes its folly almost immediately when blood doesn't seep from my wounds. One of Lucian's descendants turns everyone against me. I flee to Saint Raphael with my life and nothing else. Okay, and that's all of memory 2. So we lose that. So we have a new memory 2. Oh wait, I'm writing on my leg. You guys can't see that. Was this kind of rich backstory? He's gonna go out in a blaze of glory or a whimper? I'm betting... Yeah, place your bets now. Am I gonna die, like, in the most sick, nasty way, or is it cooked? Memory 2. Okay, Oh, wait, I gained a resource. I gained the bone. So, I get into... I get into a kerfuffle. I get into a kerfuffle with this other, what is it? This other undead. No, let's make it a bit more interesting when we start it off. It seems that every immortal I come into contact with is a foe. Is a foe. I survive barely once more, and as a spoil, I take a bone as my prize. Yeah, a bone as my prize. As my prize. Yay, memory 2. I take a bone from an from an undead. But why does every immortal I come into contact with, like, why can't I make any immortal friends? I'm only friends with mortals and they're all gonna die eventually, so can I please get a waffle? Okay, so we move back 4. So prompt 11. Right, we were on 15. Okay, yeah. How do you find solace from the raging hunger within you? You may lose one checked or unchecked skill. Wait. You may lose? I have to lose one checked or one unchecked. But skills can come back anytime, so getting rid of an unchecked one. I'm gonna get rid of a skill forever. I'll get rid of riding forever. It aids me not right now. I have the gift of gab, so I think I'll live without riding. How do you find solace from the raging hunger within you? And which memory would that be? Oh, I didn't make space for experience number 3 under memory. Let's see. How do I... Because I already had the tavern, and the tavern imploded. So that won't work anymore. And if we're thinking about it, I also spent all those years in that guy's dungeon. Oh, this ties back in. Honestly, this prompt actually ties back into the evil guy, the evil bastard that's keeping me within his cellar. So, yeah, this ties back into that. But the problem is I can't fit it under there, so I have to get rid of another memory. But let's see. What memory do I want to get rid of? I'll get rid of memory number 5. So I'll get rid of memory number 5 and then place this new one there. So memory number 5, before I cross it out. My tavern has come under suspicion for housing queer people, and as I'm thrown behind bars, I befriend a man who's been wrongly arrested for his inclinations, Jean, who helps me escape. I've amassed a great deal of wealth, and with wealth comes unshakable power. Politicians heed my every word, and I am able to move and do as I please unhindered. I've come into money again. Mortals have discovered a new method of transportation called locomotives. From my many adventures outside of Cairns and St. Raphael, I've discovered trade routes and exchanged those secrets for wealth. So that's all gone. Rip Jean. I mean, he's probably dead. If we're going to be real, he's probably dead. It's been a long time since then. And also, rip my tavern. So let's... All the memories on this page are gone. This is just all gone. So, I'm a little sad. And I also am sad to say I've amassed a great deal of wealth, and with this wealth, and then the next line being like, I've come into wealth again, is just so funny that I'm mourning the loss of that very hard. Okay. Yeah, tavern went to the way of the wine cellar. I know. Everything keeps imploding. Um Oh yes, this will be our new memory 5. I don't have if I'm going to put 2 more memories here, it's not going to fit anymore. We're going to have to go to another page. So this is new memory 5. Okay, let's put it up here. Memory 5. Okay. How do you find solace from the raging hunger? And this ties back to, oh yes, as I was saying prior. Excuse me. This ties back into me being held within the dungeon until I go blind from hunger. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm like... Sorry, it's from me talking so much. I don't talk this much normally, so I have like a lot of air like getting trapped and it hurts. Okay, how do you find solace from the raging hunger? I count what you call it? Some days, okay, let's say some days the hunger is unbearable. The hunger is unbearable. I try to take my mind off of it. Off of it by counting the bricks on the wall. Bricks on the wall. Wall until my mind goes numb. Yeah, I will say, when you get large sums of money, I've come into wealth again is getting added to the lexicon of quotables. So I've come to wealth again. Yeah, so memory 5, some days when the hunger is unbearable, I try to take my mind off of it by counting the bricks on the wall until my mind goes numb. Also, my ink is drying. It's drying like completely. I'm so sad. I'm so sad about the pen. Okay, let's go to the next one. So 3 and 4. That was really loud. Sorry. Okay, so -1. We go back 1 prompt. Let's check out. So I remember doing this one. So the second one. A potent artifact, religious or magical or technological, falls into your hands. With it, you can remake the world. What is this thing? Who seeks it? Create a mortal character. Add the item as a resource. If you still have it when you achieve any game-ending result, you may rewrite the ending as you like. You must lose this item first if you lose resources in an encounter with an immortal character. Oh, shit. Okay, so let's write that down. You must lose this item first, but it has to be an immortal character. I'm so glad I came across 2 of them already. So let's hope there's no more. Okay, this will have to be a special note that we'll have to remember. Okay, so this item is a potent artifact. So we'll... Okay, artifact must be lost if you must lose a resource. Resource to an immortal character. But if you still have it at the end, you can rewrite your ending. That's so OP. I'm definitely gonna lose this shit. Okay, so create a mortal character, and create a resource. That's busted. Yeah, if we have this by the end, we're so fucking back. So, add it as a resource. So, world rewriting artifact. World rewriting artifact. Because I think that'll make this the easiest to remember it by. And then create a mortal character who seeks it. Okay, mortal character. I'm gonna name him Alphonse. Okay, mortal. And then Alphonse. A scholar. Seeking. I'm out of space. Seeking the artifact. Okay. Now we need to find out where it'll fit. It seems every immortal I come into contact with is a foe. I take a bone as my prize. That would fit here. So memory 2. I come across... Oh, I spelled that wrong. Rookie mistake. I come across an artifact. I come across an artifact where... What is this thing and who seeks it? That is said to rewrite the world. And with it, I've learned of a scholar who seeks it. I've learned of a scholar who seeks it. I must not let it fall into his hands. Yes. I must not let it fall into his hands. Or anyone's for that matter. Nor anyone. Hell yes. I can't believe if you lose it, if another immortal character makes you lose a resource. But it says if you lose a resource, otherwise, then it should be safe. So hopefully we still have it by the end, because if I die in the most brutal or bong water way, we're rewriting that immediately. Okay. 0. Oh, we stay on here. Okay. While fiddling with the artifact, you accidentally bring about the end times. No! Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, dude. You accidentally bring about the end times. Devils rise, angels fall, spirits are made manifest. Human populations are levied in a war which will last centuries and decide the fate of the cosmos itself. Create a character or resource that represents the manifestation of a supernatural conflict that fits your story up to this point. Create 2 immortal characters aligned with either side of the conflict that are now interested in your vampire. Okay, so it's not the end of the world, okay? So I didn't lose a resource, so I still got it. I'm not gonna lie. It didn't say... Yeah, Wait, you lose this item first if you lose resources. Okay, I'm not losing a resource here. I'm creating one now. So create a character or resource that represents the manifestation of a supernatural conflict that fits my story. Well, I'm going to be honest, my story has been very small scale. So, a character or resource that represents the manifestation of the supernatural conflict. because all my story has been thus far is making money. Making money, what is it, persuasion checks, and losing my loved ones. So represents the manifestation of a supernatural conflict. Maybe a specter that is in the form that takes the face of all my loved ones at once. Yeah, that would be awesome. So I'm gonna make a specter, and it'll be an immortal, because it says a character or resource. So there'll be an immortal character that takes the face of everyone I've ever loved. Because I hate myself. And it totally ties in, because it's a supernatural thing. So I don't have any more space. I'm gonna move characters over here. Yeah, let's just put characters. It'll just be easier anyway. So characters. I won't rewrite the old ones. I'll just put the new ones. So immortal, specter that takes the face of everyone I've ever loved. So that's awesome. And then what is it? Create 2 immortal characters that are aligned with either side of the conflict who are now interested in your vampire. So the ones that are like Inhumans, people who are taking the side of the humans, and then ones that aren't. So okay, 2 immortals. Okay, and then another one. Aligned with 2 sides. Okay, so we'll say one takes the human side and one takes, let's just say this is a war of like immortals and humans. So one, okay, human aligned, and then one, what is it? Creature aligned. And what names shall we give them? Okay, so let's say the creature aligned one is Lucifer. And let's say that the I'm not gonna say that. Okay, then for our human aligned one, let's think. Human aligned, believes in humanity. We're gonna call her Elysia. Okay, warm-hearted, and then a creature aligned one. He's an asshole. That's the only note that Estelle's gonna write in his journal. He's just gonna be like, this guy's an asshole, and no further explanation. Okay, so formalize 1. Okay, 3 forward, so to prompt 13. Okay, so I've done this one. I've done the first 2 ones. So your servants bring you a gift that you do not want. Create a problematic resource. A problematic resource. They give me something I don't want. Now, what would Estelle not want? He loves money. Oh. My servants give me that bastard. My servants get the evil bastard that kept me in his basement for eons. And the resource I get is that evil fucking bastard that kept me in his basement. So, and it's something I would not want. I would rather him dead, but they bring him to me alive. So, what is it? Resource Charles. I'll put him there. And this would go under the same memory, since all 3 of these tie in with my servants. As glad as I am to be free of that dingy dungeon. My servants have stirred unpleasant memories. Wait, you know what would be better? Not him alive. They provide his head. Now that's a problematic resource. Well, I mean, him being alive is also just as problematic. But I think it's something that I would not want. I would not want to keep his head as a gift. So Charles's head, that's what they brought to me because they thought it would be for the best. By bringing me Charles's head. Also, this is a little funny now that I think about it because of his name. Very unfortunate. Was crazy coincidence, not on purpose. Yeah. As glad as I am to be free of that dingy dungeon, my servants have servants have stirred unpleasant memories by bringing me Charles's head. That is the last memory of memory 1. Okay. 4 minus 5, that's 1. We move back. I've done all of these, so I have to go to the next one. Okay, 2 minus 4, that's 2 back, so we go to 10. I've already done this one. Oh, now we're starting to hit. I'm ending up on a lot of these. Okay, so 4 minus 8, that's 4 back, so we go to 6. I've already done that. Okay, so a trusted mortal character betrays you in a surprising way. Lose a resource. Why would they do this? Why do you forgive them? Ooh, trusted mortal character betrays you in a surprising way. So let's see which characters I have alive. It has to be a mortal character that's alive. So I don't have any mortal characters that I'm on good terms with. No one that is mortal and alive, because there's Alphonse, the person who's, well, okay, maybe I could be friends with Alphonse because what is it? Charles is that asshole. No. Oh, I mixed them up. Jacques is Jacques the evil guy. Oops. Sorry, Charles is the werewolf. That's my memory getting in the way. So, no, they bring me Jacques' head. So, hold on, let me fix that. So, characters that I could be, because the only other mortals that are alive are people that fucking hate me. So I guess the guy looking for the artifact, the generic names they have because I started mixing them up. So that's supposed to be Jacques said. Okay. Yeah, because Jacques the evil bastard is here, and then Alphonse is alive. Everyone else is immortal, and then the mortal that was formerly good until I killed off his whole lineage is still alive as well. So I'll say Alphonse betrayed me, and I'll say for this, just because it ties in, Alphonse betrays me and he steals the artifact from me, but I forgive him because he gives it back eventually, because it says you have to forgive them, but it doesn't say I have to lose this resource. It says lose a resource. It says lose a resource. So I have to be betrayed, and I have to lose a resource from this. So it doesn't have to particularly be the artifact. He doesn't have to steal the artifact from me. I can save that. But what is it? What would he steal from me? So here's the things I have left. Um, a vial of blood, a vial of animal blood, the small silver key that leads to the cellar. He steals the key to the cellar. He steals the key to the cellar. I think that would be good. Because it has strong sentimental value to me, and it would be enough for me to feel like that's a betrayal. If he had stolen, like, the love letter or whatever, I'd be like, that's kind of useless, and why would you take that? But, okay, it'll tie into memory 3. I think, must not let it fall into the wrong hands. Wait, did I don't think I wrote... Oh, fuck. I didn't write that, the world ending. I did not write the, world ending memory. Oh, snap. So that's... Oh, fuck. Hold on. That means I need to go back and find out where I'm putting that. Or I need to explode something. Yeah, so artifact can fit into memory. Okay, minor oversight. Well, good thing I remembered now. So yeah, potent artifact. Let me, I accidentally might have started a war that envelops the entire world. Envelops the entire world. The artifact holds more power than I thought. And now I have 2 nuisances at my back. At my back. And that'll be Elysian Lucifer. Well, good thing I remembered now and not, like, 80 hours later. And I would have been like, what are these immortal characters for again? Okay, so, wait, let me go back to the prompt I was just on. No, I was back further, wasn't I? Oh, trusted character, yes. Trusted mortal character betrays you. Oh, until my head goes numb. He took the key to the wine cellar. Which still holds a lot of sentimental value for me. So hold on, let me lose the small silver key before I forget, so I don't have that anymore. And then, oh, let's see if he steals the key in the hopes of, what is it? That I'll exchange the artifact for it. He steals the key because he sees me look at it longingly all the time. Because while I may not remember the importance of it, it still holds some value for me because I've kept it with me for centuries. It's one of the few resources I haven't lost after all this time. So he sees that it holds some sentimental value to me. So let's see. I'm gonna get rid of memory 3. So, the letter I keep with me is a reminder of what could have been. Every day I mourn your laugh, your smile, your touch. A new skill I've had to learn is the art of submission, and knowing when to pick your battles. I'm not fond of it, but my old methods hold no power here. That evil bastard from the council has trapped me within his dungeon. He starves me until I beg to be freed from my immortal coils. Then when I am no more than a bloodthirsty beast, he makes me do his bidding. So yeah, memory 3 is gone. There we go, because it's full. And I need to keep the other memories. I need to keep the memory of my servants for now. I think they're more important than perhaps the old love letter. I mean, I could, read the love letter and my memory would be jogged again, since I haven't lost it yet. So let's cross all that out. Goodbye, memory number 3. Memory 3 was kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. And there we go. Okay, so new memory 3. And we start this one with I was betrayed by Alphonse, because that's the only mortal character I have that doesn't hate me. Everyone else I have beef with, apparently. Memory 3, I believe. Yes, okay. Memory 3. Alphonse stole my silver key. I know not what it opens. What it opens. But it holds value to me that money cannot buy. What is it? I will not exchange the artifact for it, though. Oh, my pen's out of ink. We used all of the... Okay, I have to get another pen. I've actually written so freaking much today that this pen's dead. Okay, let's see. Lamau, dude. Dude. I can't believe I'm running out of ink. Yeah, this is, you can even see like it fading from existence. Okay, well, the camera's not really doing it justice here, but like this is faint to me. Actually, how the fuck is it making it look clear to you guys? It's faint to me on my paper. What is it? I will not yield the artifact. I can choose to forgive him or not, and I'm not. So, Memory 3. Alphonse stole my silver key. I know not what it opens, but it holds value to me that money cannot buy. I will not yield the artifact. Even though I accidentally set the world in motion on a large-scale battle and it's all my fault. Okay, 0. So I'm in the same spot. A mortal character sacrifices themselves to save you. Check a skill. Gain a skill relevant to love or trust. Okay, so I just said I'm not going to yield the artifact, and then now I'm like, what is it? Now Alphonse dies. He's the only mortal character. Okay, so let's strike him out. That's the only guy I had left, that didn't hate me. So, right after he does that, goodbye, Alphonse. Damn. And why does he sacrifice himself? I mean, it's not like I would die. Well, I mean, unless somebody tries to, like, drive a stake in me. But who would be mad enough at me to do that? Well, it doesn't have to be, like, crazy detail. So... and then gain a skill relevant to love or trust. Okay. Alphonse takes a stake to the chest that was meant for me. How foolish. How foolish, but it's said more with a tinge of sadness. How foolish. My life is... I feel bad. Whenever a character dies, it's not pleasant. Because, well, I say how foolish, but it's more like, how foolish that you would do that. Because it's like, he had so much more to live for, but I probably... Why would you do it for me? I serve, you know, How foolish. He only has so many... Humans... No, how foolish. Because I'm trying to write it in a way that makes sense to Estelle. Because after seeing so many people die and losing so many memories, I believe he would be a little far removed, but it's something related to love or trust. But he says it more like in a loving, sad way, though. And that was meant for me. How foolish. I might have had a chance of surviving, but mortals only have a finite life. Yeah. A chance of surviving. But mortals have a finite lifespan. Why? Let's just say why. Why would you do that? And then gain a skill relevant to love or trust. Love or trust. Okay, I learn new skill and we call it sacrifice. And with sacrifice, I would take damage that someone else would in my stead. So from this, I learn of Alphonse's sacrifice, and so he's confused by the decision. That makes sense with the context being so limited. Yeah. So how he responds to it is, Alphonse takes a stake to the chest that was meant for me. How foolish. I might have had a chance of surviving, but mortals have a finite lifespan. So why? That's how he sees the decision. So, and it also makes sense for him to gain the skill of sacrifice because he doesn't quite understand why he did it and stuff, but now he's just more so mimicking it without really thinking about what goes behind that decision. So that's why. And plus, even though he was considered like a trusted mortal, I don't think we were on like... I don't think that Estelle would have considered them very, very close, per se, but did feel betrayed by the stealing of the key. Okay, so 0, you stay on the same one. Okay, nope. We already did all of the ones here. So from vanity to submission to sacrifice seems like a good arc. Yeah, but he doesn't... he still doesn't quite understand why he's doing it, so he's kind of still in the same place character arc-wise. Okay, so -3, so we go back 3. Okay, so we did the first one. You manipulate this mortal into committing atrocious deeds on your behalf. What do you do when they quail at these awful tasks? Take the skill humans are tools? Well, that's crazy to get right after learning the sacrifice and then being like, how foolish. Oh my gosh. So I manipulate, so it would have to be... Oh yeah, because I also have Thrall. If you think about it, I have Thrall. Hold on. Fuck, that spot's filled. So, Does it fit into anything else? Oh, well, you know what actually fits in this memory? It fits in the memory we just did, so I'll add it there. Thrall is far more potent than I expected. Potent than I expected. Let's see. What atrocious act. What atrocious act. What do you do when they quail at these awful tasks? I probably kill them. If we're thinking about it, if I ask them to do something and they're like, "Oh, I can't," then yeah, I'd probably kill them. And because my Estelle is not particularly, as we said earlier, kind of morally corrupt. Not on the, oh my gosh, little angel who would never do any wrong. He's kind of very evil. So, is more potent than I expected. But if the one, no, okay, is more potent than I expected. But it can't fully, if they're not prone to, like, I feel like it would work really well on someone who wouldn't work against it. Like, if it was something they were already inclined to do, but if you, like, were to use it on somebody, like, pure of heart and all that stuff, I feel like it wouldn't work. It's far more potent than I expected, but it can be broken. Yeah, let's say it can be broken. But it can be broken. What a pity. What a pity. I don't like resorting to, well, okay, let's see. He's not very prone to violence, now that I think about it. He's had encounters, but has he ever thrown the first bite? Not really. Not unless, like, it really counts for it. Like, he loses himself to senseless violence only when he's really hungry. So, Thrall is far more potent than I expected. But it can be broken. What a pity. I hate getting my hands dirty. Let's say that. Yeah, I hate getting my hands dirty. That makes sense for his character. Sick. Okay, now I learned the skill humans are tools. You've acquired a new skill. Okay, I'm gonna have to move skills over here as well. So, skills. Humans are tools. Let's see what we get next. Okay, -5. That means I have to go back to prompt 1. So, let's see. Okay, so you are overcome by panic and maul someone close to you, accidentally turning them into a monster like yourself. Convert a beloved mortal character into an enemy immortal, and take the skill Ashamed. Well, we kind of have a bit of a problem. So, my characters that exist right now are an enemy mortal, so there's that. And what is it? The other characters are all immortals. So, do I turn the one guy? Do I turn the one guy that hates me? Does it? I don't. I'll go to another one because I technically don't have any mortals. Is there any rules for this? The fuck happens if you don't have any? Because they have if you run out of skills and resources, you're fucked. But what about if you run out of is there the dilemma of running out of what the fuck? Yeah, what do I do if I run out of characters? I didn't even think that could happen. Yeah. Okay, so it's not under game ends, but where's my character? Where's my I can't believe I'm actually, yeah. Wait, occasionally you will realize that a mortal must have died of old age. This can happen every 4 or 5 prompts. When it does, strike out the character's name. Outside of this, characters cannot be killed unless a prompt tells you to do so, but you can otherwise narrate about them as you like. Wait, did I kill off anybody that wasn't... Hold on, let me just triple check that I did not kill off anybody that... Because I never crossed out Jacques, even though we have his head. He's still alive, but he's not a friend. So, did I cross out anybody that was a friend that is not evil? No, they died of old age, died of old age, died of old age. No, I have no friends. Okay, so... Yeah, I have no friends. I will skip this prompt. It's not gonna work. So we're back at 1. 1, that's -4. Okay, can't do that. Oh wait, hold on. That's a... Okay, 6 minus 9. Okay, can't do that either. Okay, can't... Oh. Okay, can we please get a number that actually works for this? Okay, nope. We're at 1. Okay, 4... that's a 7. That looked like... I'm just gonna do 4 minus 1. So, 3. Let's just move 3 forward, or else I'm gonna roll all day. What is it? Okay, we already did that one. You are adopted into a strange cult who take you in despite of, or because of your outlander origin. Check a skill and create a resource. How did they find you? What vile initiation ceremony did you undergo? Do they know what you are? Okay, I think I will actually... Okay, sorry. I know, I lied. I stopped and started and stopped and started. I do need to eat. Unlike my vampire, I do not have the skill of patience. The world... Yes, the war's still going on in the background. I do not have endless patience. I am very hungry, okay? I was able to stave off my hunger for an additional 2 hours. So, I think that's good. Could I be my vampire? Absolutely not. I get consumed by hunger and I can't think about anything else but how hungry I am. But, you guys, we did it. We crossed out so many memories, got so many characters. I think we progressed very far. And you know what's funny? I initially worried that I would end up dying off like pretty soon after, but I lied. We actually got 2 more hours out of... This is a very long campaign / positive. No, that was really fun. Oh, I need to wash my I will need to wash my pen. I mean, I don't know how well the ink is like stain this or not, but we'll see. I need to make sure to... Oh wait. Ah! I dropped the holder. Yeah, food is important, but thank you guys for coming. No, genuinely, this was so much fun. This is one of the most fun times I've had in a long time role playing, because you guys know I love role playing. I love LARPing, all that stuff, and this was genuinely just like a nice experience to, you know, flex my writing muscle, all of that, and also get to practice a bit of fleshing out my character, because one thing I do struggle with a lot whenever I'm LARPing is having a consistent character and following like the traits about them in situations, because sometimes you lose a bit of your character to do what's best for the role play. And in this particular case, this was really nice to have it kind of like guided. So super fun. Thanks for sharing this with it. Yeah, no, this was awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming. Wait, let me take you to the end screen. Okay, let's go to the end screen together, if I can remember where it is. Ow! I hit my mic. like very much not like my usual thing. Well, I mean, I guess it's adjacent because I always talk about like RPGs and role playing like all the time. So it's adjacent enough and stuff. Good stream, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Oh my gosh. Let me see. This one. It is a little. Oh fuck. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm like blasting your ears. Okay, yes, thank you again so much for trying this with me, you guys. I know it's like, you know, music to be loud. Okay, is that better now? I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was, because I hadn't tested it. But hold on, let me also do that. Yes, thank you guys again for coming. It was a pleasure to have you all. I will be back tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be rating? That's what I meant, resting my voice and stuff, because I did do a lot of talking today. I think this is the most I've like probably talked since I was born. Yeah, good night, Steve. Good night. Thank you for coming. No, but this was so much fun. Like, I don't think I've stated it enough. Like, I keep saying like this was so much fun, but like this was actually like some of the most fun I've had in a long time. So, thank you guys for giving it a try, you know, with me, and for being patient, and I'm glad it turned out way better than I thought it was going to be, because I was really nervous the whole time. I was like, oh, what if I can't come up with anything, or what if I have trouble like making my character, or like going through the scenarios, or blah blah that stuff. But like it went relatively smoothly, and a lot of the prompts really do help tie into each other, and we keep finding like all of these other ways it all ties in. It was genuinely so much freaking fun, and I really appreciate you guys for giving it a try along with me. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys always, and yeah, I hope we can do another one of these. I'll try to see if we can schedule another one like next week or so, but I'll have to look at my schedule because I think I have other things planned. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, researchers. Bye bye.